media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes dependent upon the number of speakers.
Good evening and welcome back. It's been a long time since we've gathered together like this, so welcome back. Welcome to Burbank City Council joint meeting with successor agency, Housing Authority, and Parking Authority on Tuesday, May 3rd, 2022. I would like to invite Reverend Paul Clairville from Westminster Presbyterian Church to lead us in the invocation this evening. Will everyone please stand and remain standing for the flag salute? Welcome.
Happy birthday, Bob. You're welcome. Let's pray. Dear God, we gather here together for the first public meeting of the Burbank, California City Council in 2 years. And of course, this is good news and bad news. Personally, Lord, I thank you for this council. I thank you for these city leaders who have stood here for us through the dreaded, much lauded platforms we all love to hate: Livestream, Teams, Zoom, and the myriad of other ways we communicate virtually. As someone who has used and been used by a anti-social media market these past 2 years, I get it. Sometimes it's easier to not have people physically present. But the people's business, be it civic or faith-based, was never supposed to be easy. It's a calling. So Lord, I thank you for these people who have fulfilled their calling, meeting day in, day out for the past 2 years. I thank you for our fire and police personnel, for our city workers who have followed COVID protocols and kept things running through a global pandemic. I thank you as well for our medical and public health workers, people who have literally put their lives on the line to keep us safe. For our teachers and other educators who have endured the soul-crushing, glazed computer screen eyes, who have put up with why do we have to wear masks, who have persevered through questions of why do we have to get vaccinated. Finally, Lord, I stand here tonight cognizant of the more than 9 million people globally, 6 million domestically, 300 Burbank residents, and for me, the 3 members of my congregation, including my own mom, who were with us 2 years ago and are no longer on this planet, but who stand with you. We who are left commit ourselves anew to do something, to be kind, to make a better way, to love unconditionally. Here we are. Here we go. Use us. Amen.
Amen. Please place your right hand over your heart and join me in repeating our pledge to our great flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you, Reverend, for the invocation. I think he already left. Madam City Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, before I call your name, I want to wish you officially a happy birthday today. So you have to be here with us. Okay, Councilmember Frutos.
A groovy afternoon, a full council. Life is great. Happy to be here.
Councilmember Schultz?
Present and happy to be here.
Thank you. And happy belated birthday, Councilmember Springer?
Here.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Anthony
Present. Thank you for everybody showing up.
and Mayor Talamantes.
Present and glad to be here amongst everybody, from the residents of the community. Thank you. We would like to advise the community that there will be 6 periods. Yes, you heard me right. 6 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period and during the public hearing public comment period. Public comment for the reports to council will be taken in person only. The first period is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business and/or any agenda item except the public hearing. If you would like to participate in general public comment over the phone, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. The second public comment period is for public comment on this evening's public hearing. For public comment on the public hearing by phone, we kindly ask that you call once again 818-238-3335 after the general public comment period has closed and when the public hearing begins. Additional in-person only public comment period will be available after each report to council. There will be a test after what I said. Tonight, announcements. Tonight, the council will be, tonight, council will be adjourning in memory of City of Burbank resident and active community volunteer Judy Pierce. Mrs. Pierce attended Santa Monica High School and UCLA. She was a teacher at Burbank Unified School District where she met her husband, Bert. Mrs. Pierce and her husband made Burbank their home in 1968. Mrs. Pierce was active in the PTA, National Charity League, Burbank Temporary Aid Center, Family Promise, La Providencia Guild of Children's Hospital, and Director of Religious Education at St. Robert Bellarmine Church. We are grateful for her dedication and service in Burbank. Council conveys our deepest condolences to the family and friends of Judy Pierce and to all those in the Burbank community who had the honor of knowing her. Joining us this evening is Mrs. Judy Pierce's husband, Bert Pierce. Welcome, Mr. Pierce. Would you like to say a few words? Please.
Yes, I would like to thank the mayor and the council and all of the people who were involved in arranging this tribute to my wife. You'll notice the mayor still refers to me as Mr. Pierce after being my neighbor for 40 years. But I blame that on his children who went to John Muir, where my wife and I met and taught. And his children, of course, referred to us as Mr. and Mrs. Pierce, and I've never been able to break Jess of that habit. I don't call him Mr. Talamantes. As you could tell from the pictures, Judy was very concerned with family and friends and service. 6 years ago, it was Mayor Talamantes who awarded her the certificates for her volunteer service here in Burbank. Something that was not mentioned was that in the 1984 Olympics, she put on her uniform and went out to LAX every morning and acted as a greeter for the athletes from the foreign countries that came in.
Wow.
Unlike me, a native of Burbank, she came in from the west side, and when she was to be interviewed by the Burbank School District, she had to get out a map to find out where Burbank was and how to get here. But she made Burbank her home and never regretted it. She touched many lives. She was still doing substitute work in the schools up until the beginning of the pandemic in 2020, and accepted the presidency of the La Providencia Guild Children's Hospital, even after she had been diagnosed with cancer. Unfortunately, she was not able to complete her term as president, but as I say, she touched a lot of lives, and I thank very much the people here and the community that allowed us to serve as much as we did to give back to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Well, like Mr. Pierce said, we've been neighbors for many, many years. And on behalf of the council, our thoughts and prayers are with you and the family, Mr. Pierce. May she rest in peace. We have one announcement this evening.
The following are announcements for May 3rd, 2022. The City Clerk's Office is currently accepting applications for a total of 30 upcoming vacancies on the following Board, Commission, and Committee: Art in Public Places Committee, Board of Building and Fire Code Appeals, Board of Library Trustees, Burbank Water and Power Board, Civil Service Board, Community Development Goals Committee, Heritage Commission, Landlord Tenant Commission, and Senior Citizen Board. The deadline to submit an application is Wednesday, June 1st at 5 p.m. If interested, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. Vaccination proof or medical religious exemption will be required of all applicants. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
We have 5 council presentations on the agenda this evening. The first presentation is a proclamation declaring May 2022 as Older Americans Month in the city of Burbank. The proclamation reads, whereas the city of Burbank includes a community of older Americans who deserve recognition for their contributions to our nation, and whereas the city of Burbank recognizes that older adults are trailblazers, advocating for themselves, their peers, and their communities, paving the way for future generations. And whereas the city of Burbank is committed to raising awareness about issues facing older Americans and helping all individuals to thrive in communities of their choice for as long as possible. And whereas we appreciate the value of inclusion and support in helping older adults successfully contribute to and benefit from their communities, and whereas our community can provide opportunities to enrich the lives of individuals of all ages by promoting and engaging people of all ages in activity, wellness, and social involvement, emphasizing home and community-based services that support independent living, and ensuring community members can benefit from the contributions and experience of older adults. Now therefore, I, Jesse Talamontes, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim May 2022 as Older Americans Month and urge every resident to take time this month to acknowledge older adults and the people who serve them as powerful and vital individuals who greatly contribute to our community. Signed this 3rd day of May 2022. So now I'd like to call up Mr. Bruce Oldham, Chair of the Burbank Senior Board. Mr. Oldham, here's the proclamation.
Thank you.
And here's the mic for you to say a few words.
I just want to thank everybody for the support and also the fact that we enjoy our meetings a whole lot, and with some terms coming to an end and some positions being open, we'd love to have people apply for a position on the Senior Citizen Board, because we think it's a really valuable service to the community. Thanks very much for this.
Excellent, thank you. Next is a presentation of certificates of recognizing two recipients of the Peter McGrath Older American Volunteer Service Award. I would like to welcome Kim Free, Staff Liaison to the Burbank Senior Board and Supervisor of the Jocelyn Adult Center and Burbank Volunteer Program. Kim, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Talamantes and members of the council. May is going to be exciting. It's Older Americans Month, and I'm honored to be here today to announce this year's Peter McGrath Older Americans Volunteer Service Awardees. This award was renamed in December 2019 in honor of Peter McGrath. Mr. McGrath was a respected community member who dedicated his time to volunteering on various city-related boards, committees, and commissions. These very deserving individuals were selected by an evaluation committee composed of representatives of the Burbank Senior Citizen Board and the Jocelyn House Committee. Qualifications for being nominated are: you must be at least 60 years of age, be a resident of Burbank, and have volunteered a significant amount of time for the betterment of the community. The committee was charged with the responsibility of making the decision based on the information provided only on the application. It was a difficult task indeed. This award is designed to honor and encourage older adults to continue to be actively involved in their community. The following awardees certainly reflect the National Older Americans Month theme for 2022, Age My Way. I am pleased to announce the awardees for the City of Burbank's 2022 Peter McGrath Outstanding Senior Volunteer Service Award. Our first awardee this evening is Ron Rothescher. Okay, I have something to say. Hold on. You're well loved, as you can see. Over the past... Or you owe him something, I guess. Over the past 60 years, Ron has been involved in many volunteer activities in the city of Burbank. He has been a member of the Burbank Kiwanis for over 20 years and has held a variety of positions within the organization and received a number of awards. Ron is on the board of directors for the Burbank YMCA and works with the YMCA Youth and Government. Ron also collects bags of clothes that thrift stores are unable to sell and recruits fellow Kiwanis volunteers to help fill the Hope of the Valley truck with clothes for those in need. Ron cares about Burbank and the needs of the people in the community. He is a dedicated, creative problem solver for our community and invests hundreds of hours on a monthly basis to help those in need. Ron has spent many hours volunteering in the city of Burbank, and tonight we honor him for his service. Thank you for your outstanding volunteerism and commitment to serve the Burbank community. Would you like to say a few words?
When I got a call about 3 weeks ago from Kim, the first response was, "I'm Kim from Jocelyn Center." Jocelyn Center is for people over 60. I thought, damn it, they finally figured out my age and it's mandatory I join them. So, but anyways, thank you. It's a tremendous honor. I think in life, I don't do anything. I've been blessed that every time I have a project, people show up. Excuse me. And when you read the list of things that I've done, you gave everybody the impression I can't hold a job, is what the main thing. But, oh, yeah, that's right. But when I first came here 50 years ago, I got involved with Methodist Church. It was super deal. Mr. Stamper was a special person in my life. And then in '99, I joined the Kiwanis Club, and it focused on people, kids. And I will have to say that nobody can do anything by themselves and accomplish a bunch. What it takes is a huge amount of people that help. And if I'm raising funds for the clubs or the church or anything else, you go to Disney, you go to Warner Brothers, you go to Universal, you go to NBC, you go to Nickelodeon, and they all step up and give. The friends here from the St. Joseph Hospital, Terry, saw you come in right there behind me. You say, we need this, you got it. You got it. The airport. And if you really look at all the mom and pop, well, the Cusamanos and the Worths and all those people say, how much you want, we'll give it to you. If they believe in what you do. And I always say, if you have the right bell cow, you can do anything and get anything you want. But I really tip my hat to the people that the Ma and Pa stores on San Fernando Road, out in Magnolia Park, and any other place in town that really suffered for the last 2 years and yet made something happen, and they're all back and strong again. But more importantly, just the people of Burbank. And I accept it, it's an honor, but it's really the people I just mentioned that make this city great. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I will add one thing. I'm blessed with a very supportive wife. And I really can't handle the stick to her because she does so much for other people. And more importantly, my family. They're a great bunch of kids. I love being around them because it's a lot of fun. But every time for the last 10 years, they keep, why don't you retire? And I promised, I've done it 3 times. But, my kids, there's Gina, Jason, Claudia, Tony, Veronica, Rod, and Lynn. And so, God bless America.
Thank you, Ron. Well, we're not done yet. Our next awardee this evening is Lori Iser. Come on, Lori. You have to come up here. Lori has been volunteering for many years, and for the last 15 years, she has been a dedicated volunteer at the Burbank Animal Shelter, helping some of our furry friends find their forever homes. Lori can be described as kind, humble, and giving. Lori can be found at the Burbank Animal Shelter taking care of a variety of roles, most notably leading the photo team. The photo team coordinates with the shelter staff and fellow volunteers on which available animals at the shelter will be spotlighted each week. These fun photos show how beautiful and charismatic each of our adoptable animals are. These photos are featured on multiple social media platforms. When the Pet of the Week television program aired on the local television station, Lori helped collect and prep the animals for the show, as well as handle them before and after their appearance. She is always trying to show their best side. If you have ever seen some of the photos on the VBS Facebook or Instagram page, or the Burbank Animal Shelter Facebook or Instagram page, Lori was most likely the one behind the camera. Lori can also be found at the shelter assisting staff by answering the phone queries, general queries of the public that come through the website. She has also helped the medical team with supervising the animals before and after medical procedures. In addition, Lori promotes pet adoptions through participation in off-site events such as Fire Service Day, which is coming up, National Night Out, and citywide animal adoption fairs. Lori is an integral part of the volunteers of the Burbank Animal Shelter and its mission to aid and promote the Burbank Animal Shelter as well as to love, protect, and adopt animals. Lori has dedicated countless hours for the animals of Burbank, and her contributions have helped so many. In addition, I'm proud to announce that Lori will also be representing the City of Burbank to be honored at our 2022 awardee recipient for the Los Angeles County Commission of Older Adults Volunteer Service Award. Would you like to say anything?
I just want to say I love what I do, and I'm not giving it up.
I think everyone in those rows right there that are in red shirts that work at the animal shelter or volunteer are very happy you're not going to give it up. Thank you. Mayor Talamantes, if you'd like to say anything.
Well, let's come up for a picture. Ron, come up here, and the two awardees, and congratulations. Well deserved. And keep up that volunteerism, that spirit. Continue. Is that amazing or what, huh? So the third presentation is a proclamation declaring May 1st to the 7th, 2022 as Municipal Clerks Week in the city of Burbank. And here's the proclamation. A lot of whereases. Whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk, hang on a minute, I got a lot of papers here, is time-honored and vital part of local government exists throughout the world. And the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk provides a professional link between citizens and the local governing bodies and agencies of government at other levels. Whereas a professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community. And whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. Now therefore, I, Jesse Talamantes, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim the week of May 1st through May 7th as Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our city clerk, Suzette Mullins, and to all professional municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. Signed this 3rd day of May, 2022. Ms. Mullins, would you like to come up here and accept your proclamation?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would also like to invite Assistant City Clerk Desiree and Records Manager Yvette Hall, and of course, Alyssa and Melissa, our administrative analysts. This is part of our team. I do get the recognition on here as the city clerk, but really what makes the city clerk's office is the team we have. I'm one of the most fortunate clerks in California that I could say I'm standing here very proud of the staff that we have in the city clerk's office. I know Tamala's shaking her head because she knows exactly what our office does. And for those of you that are not familiar, what does the city clerk's office do exactly? We, as the mayor mentioned, we are really the liaison and the link for the community and the legislative body. We ensure that the public is well informed, that we provide the right posting for legal requirements. We also handle our election process from every step of the way, holding candidates' hands to make sure and ensure that they're successful through the election process. We also assist them with filing requirements. We are the historian of our records for the entire city of Burbank. So when I say historian, we have records since 1911 in our vault, which is really amazing. We are in charge of that. Of course, our records manager, Yvette, here does an incredible job assisting the public and answering all the public records requests. We also have boards and commissions, as you heard earlier. We are responsible for accepting the applications. I know Melissa does a great job with that. Alyssa does a great job with filing with the candidates. And the last thing that we have that's kind of on the fun side, but it definitely requires a lot of work, we do process passports. So we are an official passport facility. And we're very proud to say that we generate thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to the general fund. And this makes us really happy that we're able to assist the community and the surrounding communities to have them accessible to our office to be able to process their passports. So many, many responsibilities, different hats that we wear every single day. But these standing here are my team members, some of them, and they make it happen every day with a great smile on their face. They do. They no matter what happens, no matter what they're going through, they do provide excellent customer service to the public. So if you ever need anything to find about our records or find anything out, please give us a call, and we're always happy to help you. Thank you for the recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. And you heard the city clerk say if you need a cup of coffee or anything, come on down to her office and so the next is a proclamation declaring May 2022 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the city of Burbank. Proclamation Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander American Heritage Month is observed during the month of May to recognize the contributions and influence of Asian Americans and Pacific Islander Americans to the history, culture, and achievements of the United States. And whereas for more than a century, Asian American and Pacific Islander men and women have made valuable contributions to all areas of life, thank you, in California, including government, business, arts and sciences, medicine, education, law enforcement, and military. And whereas the community is committed to providing comprehensive support to ensure that Burbank is a place both equitable and welcoming to all people, and whereas the city of Burbank is proud to celebrate Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and commemorate the essential contributions, sacrifices, and accomplishments that Asian American and Pacific Islanders have made to Burbank. Now, therefore, I, Jesse Talamontes, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby recognize May 2022 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the City of Burbank. And I encourage all citizens to observe, recognize, and celebrate the culture, heritage, and contributions of Asian American and Pacific Islanders to our country, our state, and our community. Signed this third day of May 2022. Congratulations. I'd like to call on Ms. Takahashi, Vice President of the Social Action for Burbank Human Relations Council, to say a few words. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, I'm going to have Karen hold it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Tamala Takahashi. I'm the Burbank Human Relations Council Vice President of Social Action. The BHRC is committed to building bridges of understanding and reduce barriers that separate us from each other. We celebrate the diversity of our community and advocate for inclusion of all voices and good human relations. On behalf of the BHRC board, we thank you for presenting the AAPI Heritage Month proclamation tonight. For me personally, this proclamation means a lot, as my husband is Issei, first-generation Japanese American, and my children are Nisei, second-generation Japanese American. My husband's father was a young child living in Japan at the end of World War II, And as an adult living in the United States and owning a business, he had Japanese American peers and friends who had to recover and are still recovering from being in the internment camps. And we learned about those stories listening to my father-in-law. I'm also fortunate to have had many opportunities to work with folks who identify as Asian American and or Pacific Islander in our community. It is close to my heart that this proclamation recognizes the contributions that the AAPI community has in our country and our city, everything from small businesses like the one my father-in-law had, to community and organizational leadership like my children and my husband, and beyond. Tonight, I have the honor to introduce one of these impactful local leaders who embodies the intention and sentiment of tonight's proclamation, Karen Lau. Karen has showed up time and time again with positive impact in the Burbank Unified School District and in our community as a longtime advocate and activist for sustainability and environmentalism. Karen is the chair of the BUSD Eco Council, and this is where I met her and have been following her work. She has been critical in moving forward many positive sustainable outcomes in our schools and bringing together others who have a similar passion. With this goal, Karen and her team were able to form 5 school on-site sustainability committees during COVID. And each year, she and her team organize Earth Day events district-wide. These efforts and so many others have made a lasting impact to benefit our schools and children. These created so much momentum in BUSD that it resulted in the recent formation of a district-wide sustainability committee. So on behalf of BHRC, I would like to thank Council for this proclamation tonight, recognizing and highlighting the contributions of our AAPI community members to our culture, history, and achievements in the United States and locally in our city of Burbank. And to receive this proclamation tonight, I'm honored to introduce Karen Lau.
Thank you, Tamala. Thank you, Mayor Talamantes. I am Karen Lau, mother of 2, founder and director of the Burbank Eco Council, and design consultant and community organizer. And I love bringing people together to share ideas, to forward the mindful practices for our environment and overall wellness. Diversity is something I take pride in, and representation and visibility is really important to us. Being able to see myself in roles and others before me who look like me, share a fondness for the culture, or even have a similar surname represents belonging. As a child of immigrants from Hong Kong, belonging has always been fleeting during my childhood. Because of what we brought for lunch smelled different compared to school lunches, or because of the different holidays we celebrated, or music or topics of folklore. It brought a cast of non-acceptance. And in recent events with hate crimes, it is critical to create a dialogue and recognition that deserves fairness, light, equality, and justice. The AAPI members in this community I know are proactive leaders in their professions, families, and communities. We are passionate, hardworking, intelligent, inclusive, and civic-oriented, driven to provide a better future for the next generations. I'd like to take a moment to share 2 stories in the community. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. From my friend Nan Foberg. She is Vietnamese, also a parent in at Roosevelt School. I echo Karen's sentiment, representation matters. While I don't see myself much in Burbank at large, I very much appreciate the space provided by my children's school, Roosevelt Elementary, to become visible and provide the opportunity for my children and others like them to see themselves outside of their homes. Elementary school hallways and classroom walls are often adorned with festive artwork that coincide with Western holidays. Wonderful for the kids who celebrate those holidays, but somewhat alienating for the Buddhist, Chinese, Vietnamese American girl I was, who had little frame of reference. So it meant a lot to me to be invited by Roosevelt's DEI committee to share my family's biggest holiday, Lunar New Year. We made videos to share online during remote learning in 2021. This year, the campus was decorated with student-made paper lanterns and hanging paper wishes, and visited by the UCLA ACA line dance team. I know I wasn't alone in having big feelings knowing my kids saw this part of themselves at school in a way I never did growing up. Additionally, 2 years ago, the school chose Grace Lynn's Where the Mountain Meets the Moon as the school's one school, one book selection. It was not only a valuable experience to read a beautifully written and engaging narrative together, but also an opportunity to connect what the whole school was reading with what is displayed at our family homes or customs during special events. I never had that when I was in school until college. I treasure these experiences, for they help my children embrace their identities as Asian Americans instead of compartmentalizing as I did, so that they're American at school and Asian with family. The second story is from Manish Parikh. I grew up in the north part of the valley and did not feel like I had to assimilate because we had such a large group of people like me. I grew up performing in dance competitions, participating in traditions and customs, and hung out with Indian Americans my age. We all understood what it was like to be first-generation born American from parents born abroad in India. We were lucky to be able to share that commonality. At home, we eat our own food, listen to our music, and taught our non-Indian friends about our culture. We took our friends to our functions, and we were able to normalize our culture even within this public school systems. People love to dress up in our traditional clothes, wear our jewelry, and dance our dances. Indians love to celebrate with so much color and festivity. To be honest, there are not a lot of Indian Americans here in Burbank. That part of my culture has unfortunately been dampened by the lack of community here. However, as the diversity of Burbank grows, I trust that I will be able to start making connections to people who share both the Indian culture. I also hope that the city embraces the concept of equity. It is not enough to simply say that we are a diverse community. It is up to cities to reach out to those that are underrepresented and ask them to teach and share their stories. I hope that this month can be a start sharing the richness of South Asian culture. So these are just 2 stories from my community. I chose Burbank to raise my family because I wanted a diverse, inclusive, equal opportunity for them to grow up in, that they feel safe and accepted and celebrated for their differences. On behalf of the AAPI community of Burbank, I thank Mayor Talamantes and Tama and members of City Council for proclaiming May as AAPI Heritage Month.
Thank you. Now, last but not least, we have our last presentation this evening. It's a proclamation declaring May 1st through the 7th, 2022 as National Correctional Officers and Employees Week in the city of Burbank. Whereas in 1984, President Ronald Reagan designated the first full week of May as National Correctional Officers Week. And whereas in 1996, I think it's starting to get... It's okay? It's all good? No, I think I feel safe, but I'm not quite sure. Excuse me. Whereas in 1996, the name was officially changed to National Correctional Officers and Employees Week to recognize all employees who work in the nation's jails, prisons, and community corrections programs. And whereas the City of Burbank's jail personnel are trained law enforcement professionals who serve in many capacities working in a demanding and stressful environment. And whereas the jail personnel of Burbank Police Department exhibit compassion, professionalism, and dedication in the performance of their duties. Now, therefore, I, Jesse Talamantes, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim the week of May 1st through the 7th as Correctional Officers and Employees Week in the City of Burbank. The Council of the City of Burbank recognizes the outstanding service the city's jail personnel provide for the safety and welfare of our community. Signed this 3rd day of May, 2022. Congratulations. Yeah, you're right, Chief. I felt surrounded there for a while. Who would like to say a few words, Chief or Captain?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a couple weeks ago, we had the pleasure of recognizing our telecommunicators, and this week we have the honor of recognizing our correctional officers and employees, 2 really critical components of the police department that people often don't see, but that we certainly couldn't function without. These professionals often manage people on their worst day or one of their worst days, while treating them with dignity, compassion, and respect, and have the aplomb to handle that despite the fact that that often isn't returned to them. So we're grateful for the work they do, and we're thankful for the recognition tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Say a few. Yeah, I'd like you to introduce Tanya Cooper, who is our jail manager and provides oversight of a 24/7 operation and does a great job. And no, I know it. I'm trying to figure out how many years you have with the department. The most senior jailer, and she's one of our go-to jailers. And it's one of the behind-the-scenes operating groups that is essential to the organization. And to Captain Puglisi's comment about folks on their worst day, usually it's folks that are not their best. There's not a lot of group hugs, so navigating that process is essential, and our folks do a great job. Captain Irving just command change, had it for a handful of years, and now Captain Puglisi has it with Tanya's oversight. We're doing just fine.
Excellent.
Okay,
Chief.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you, and congratulations.
Well done. Have a happy first meeting, everybody.
Thank you.
I'm so glad I got to meet the people who were doing the photos for the animal. 2 years ago, we got an animal from the animal shelter because of a photo on Facebook.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, they do good pictures. Let's get those animals out of there.
Okay, moving on with the agenda here. City Manager Hess, do you have anything to report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have one item. If I could call the chief up to report out on an incident that occurred on Saturday night. I'd like to have him give a brief update.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. I'm going to introduce Captain Irving, who provides command oversight of our investigative division, and he is going to give you an update on what occurred on Saturday night. He has the intimate knowledge.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor Anthony, Council, staff, good evening. So this past Saturday night at about 7:15, our officers were dispatched to the 400 block of South Glen Oaks regarding a shots fired call that had just occurred. And the comments were that there was potentially a victim who had been shot. When officers arrived, they encountered two males and a female physically fighting in the street on Glen Oaks. The parties were quickly separated, and it was determined that the female had sustained 2 gunshot wounds. Once officers began treating the female for her injuries, officers determined during the course of the investigation that the female had been at a nearby business with her uncle preceding the incident. Once they concluded their business, she returned to her car that was parked on Glen Oaks, was seated in the driver's seat of her vehicle when the suspect, turns out to be her former boyfriend, approached her and opened her car door and began a conversation. Rather quickly, he presented a firearm, pointed it at the female seated in the driver's seat. The uncle, who had been nearby in the parking lot, approached the car, tried to intervene. As he did, the suspect fired at least a shot or shots in his direction. Fortunately, he was not struck. The suspect then diverted his attention back to the female in the driver's seat and fired shots, and it struck her 2 times. The female victim was transported to a hospital, treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Her uncle was treated at the scene for more minor injuries that he sustained during the physical altercation that the subjects were having. Actually, I might have missed that part. So after she was shot, she actually got out of the car and began fighting with her ex-boyfriend. The uncle came around, so there was a physical fight taking place, and that's when the officers arrived. A firearm was recovered at the scene. We believe that's the firearm that the suspect used in the shooting. The suspect was identified as 39-year-old Glendale resident Armin Yeghiazarian. He was arrested at the scene, later booked for attempted murder and several other felonies. Today, the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office reviewed the case and filed 2 counts of premeditated attempt murder, 2 counts of assault with a deadly weapon, and single counts each of felony domestic violence and stalking. He was also arraigned today. The suspect was arraigned today and is still in custody with $3.5 million bail. The investigation is ongoing, and no other information will be released publicly at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Mr. City Attorney, will you please report on closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Council, this evening, City Council met in closed session on 2 items. First item is the case of Artunian versus City of Burbank, matter of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Council took no reportable action. The second item was conference with the city's labor negotiator, Ms. Betsy McClinton, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 regarding Burbank City Employees Association, and council took no reportable action this evening.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Now is the time for general public comment. For members of the public who are here in person, please present a completed yellow general public card to the city clerk if you wish to speak. Any person speaking during general public comment may address the council on any matter concerning city business except a public hearing. If you speak to the public hearing item, your comments will not be included in the public hearing record. Persons may choose to use the first period of public comment to address an agendized report, but will not be able to speak on that item following this segment. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. In order to promote fairness, please stay within your maximum allotted time of 3 minutes. A timer is available on the podium to help the speaker keep track of how much time is left. I encourage you to state your name when speaking at the podium to assist the city clerk with the minutes. For those wishing to call in during the general public comment, please call now at 818-238-3335. Once again, that's 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. Our first speaker is Tamala Takahashi. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I'm pleased to be the first person to make public comment after pandemic and back in person. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, and the public. My name is Tamala Takahashi, and tonight I'm wearing the hat of the chair of the Infrastructure Oversight Board. It's wonderful to be able to be here in person tonight, and I'm extremely pleased on a personal note that you have kept the option to call in for folks who would like to have their voice heard and are unable to attend in person. And I'm fortunate it worked out for me tonight that I could be here, but alas, I must leave at 8, and as I have a family obligation, so since I will not be able to stay through to the portion of the meeting for the budget, I will be making my remarks now for item number N5. As you know, the IOB is an advisory board for our Measure P funded capital improvement program. The board, as well as many staff members from across city departments, coordinated by our Director of Public Works, Ken Berkman, have been working for many, many months to bring together a capital program for you to consider for the next fiscal year. Our collective goal was to use our available resources for the highest ROI for both our community and for our city departments. Using a standardized prioritization rubric that we collectively developed last year, the IOB was able to review the proposed program. After some excellent conversation and several back and forths and adjustments, the board voted to recommend the capital improvement program budget that will be presented to you later tonight. And I invite you to watch our March meeting on YouTube where we discuss this item. During the presentation later, you will also hear from Mr. Berkman regarding a request to council from our board to reassess future infrastructure funding. I only have a couple minutes now, so I won't go into detail, but I want to convey that the board is unanimously in support of the letter we wrote regarding this issue, and we are advocating for funding process adjustments to create more sustainable capital program in future years. Thank you to all of the staff, especially especially, and to Mr. Berkman, Mr. Hahn, Ms. Rosales, for all the work you've done to put into the infrastructure budget together for us. And I want to extend a thank you to my fellow board members as well as for their careful and thorough deliberation. And thank you to council for considering our recommendations for the capital program budget tonight. Have a wonderful rest of your meeting.
Thank you. Next speaker is Laverne Thomas. Welcome, Ms. Thomas.
Hi there, everybody.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Yes.
It's nice to see the whites of your eyes. While I haven't and most likely wouldn't use your call-in, I think it's fantastic that you're keeping it in place for the community. You know, it gives the community another way to participate, and I think it's fabulous. You know, I have a city follow-up file. I've had it for years on my computer, you can imagine, right? One of the things, I was reviewing it, one of the things that's on there is the dog park, which has been there for almost 30 years, but we're moving along on it, I know that. The other is SB 9 and ADUs, which I did not participate on because of the call-in, okay? The other thing that was on there that I found was the city's unfunded pension liability. Came up, first time I heard it was in this very chamber. Brought up, I might add, with very evident concern by then Councilman Dave Golonsky. So I'd like to ask you this evening for an update. Maybe you've had an update I would certainly think so, because it was October 2018 when I contacted CalPERS, and I was blown away by the amount of money. And so I just think it's very, very important. You know, look, we have Amazon there now. Look at all this stuff we're bringing in the city. Look at all the money that's coming in here. Come on now. Come on, guys. Let's do that. But anyway, so I think it would be great. And I think it's, what is it, June or something? I think it's June, middle of June or something, end of June, that they do their little actuarials or whatever they do. So maybe that'd be a good time. But I'd sure like to hear about it. Anyway, can't stay in this chamber any longer. I'm going to be 81 in a couple of weeks. By the way, you're a Taurus? Yeah, good for you. So am I. But anyway, I remember the days of Bud Overham. I can remember one time 2:30 or 3 in the morning, but I was a lot younger then. Anyway, with that said, welcome back. It's great to have you here. This is where you belong. This is where we all belong. So take care.
Welcome back.
I left a message for you. Okay.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Have a good night. Next speaker is Louis Altabelli. Welcome, Mr. Altabelli.
Good evening, council. Justin, moving on up, very nice, great. Congrats. Reason I came up tonight was, as we all know, Mike Nolan passed away during COVID. And I kept checking with people I know around the city to see if they were going to have a funeral. I mean, I figure it's out, even though it's COVID, you can have it outside and, you know, everyone's going to be fine. But nothing happened. And even his family said, well, we'll do it in a few months, and nothing ever happened. And so I just feel like he really didn't get a proper send-off. I understand that the council adjourned a meeting in his honor. Nice, great. I had known Mike for a long time. In fact, Mike, my father helped Mike get his first job when he got back from Vietnam. So I'm connected to him for quite some time, and he was very thankful to my father ever since. And every time Mike and I talked, he'd bring that up. But it was very nice. But those who knew, you know, Mike knew him as a great patriot. He loved America. He did everything in his power to preserve, defend, and protect the traditions and institutions that make this country and this city great. So I made a little video which is about to play, and in honor of his service to our country. All rise, please. God bless Mike Nolan.
Yeah, may he rest in peace. Thank you. For callers, we have completed in-person public comment. For callers, please remember to lower your volume on your TV or computer and take your phone off speaker when you deliver public comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have any callers online for public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do, and we're ready to go.
Okay, let's get started.
It will be coming, I promise.
Our first caller is Michael Elric.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Michael Elric, and I've been a Burbank resident and homeowner for 7.5 years. My wife and I fell in love with Burbank, searching for a home we could keep our horse at, and I can't imagine living anywhere else. So I've worked for SoCal Gas for just about 17 years. I started as a meter reader, and I worked my way up to where I currently am as a GIS mapping assistant. On a daily basis, I approve engineering plans and deal with easements, right-of-ways, and public streets. I also have experience using assessor maps. I love Burbank and our community and hope to serve on the board learning all things Burbank. And I'm calling to basically let you know about myself that I applied for the seat on the open planning board. And that is all. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Our next caller is Lauren Burns.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Lauren Burns, and I'm calling to refer Michael Elric for the planning board. He's a strong staple in the community and has horses, and I think he would be a great addition to the planning board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next caller is Jake Eisenheimer.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Jay Geisenheimer, 25-year Rancho resident. I am calling in tonight to recommend an applicant to the planning board. Over the years, I have watched many planning board meetings and have always been concerned about the constant changeover, the lack of involvement and interchange of some board members, and the in general lack of commitment. My recommendation is young, almost a 10-year Burbank resident, involved and looking to be more involved than he is. He wants to learn about Burbank and all its laws, codes, and plans, and help steer Burbank into the future as the small town feel Burbank is. He is intelligent, calm, and gets along with people. And most important, he is committed. And that would be Michael Elric. Most of you have met Michael Elric more than once, and so tonight I recommend for the next planning board member, Michael Elric. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Our next caller is Nikki Perez.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, and good evening to all the members of the council. I'm calling tonight to urge that you support the adoption of the GGRP. I'm very thankful for all the work that the Sustainability Commission has done, that staff has done, and that all of you have done to make this document stronger. I'm also thankful to Councilmember Schultz for spearheading the inclusion of additional Green New Deal items that I advocated for along with Sunrise Movement LA and the Sierra Club to give the GGRP even more strength. I'm also very thankful to Councilmember Springer for listening to my concerns and including the need for 100% electrification of new construction. I think this is a great step forward for Burbank and by Burbank, and I hope you all vote to adopt it today. On a separate note, I would also like to urge you all to please support the state as they seek to enshrine a woman's right to choose into the California State Constitution. As a woman, I know my health care is very important to me, and I know all women feel that way, and we all deserve to take our decisions and the steps that we think are important along with our health care. So I hope you will all support that decision for all of our peace of mind today. Thank you for all the work that you do, and congratulations on being back in person. Have a great night.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
The next caller is Erica Reese.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Erica Reese. I have lived in the Burbank Rancho since 2007. I've seen a lot of changes. I've watched people sell homes. I've seen the Rancho go through changes. I am an equine owner. I live with my horse in my backyard. I'm calling on behalf of Michael Ehrlich. I would like to vote him to be part of the planning contingent of Burbank. He's worked for City Works for a very long time. He has also been a member of the Rancho since probably at least 2009 or 10, and he's very invested in the neighborhood. He has young horses that he rescues. He walks them down the city street. I think he would be a valuable asset to being able to plan pathways and walkways and anything that could benefit the equestrian neighborhood. He's proven himself. He's very dedicated. I support his effort. He is a humble man, and he is a professional man, and he is a dedicated man. So I would like for the council to consider to vote Michael Ehrlich to be part of planning for the city. I think he has the experience, and I feel very confident about him.
I almost said we don't have any callers as one came through, so hang on a sec.
The next caller is Angela Pascal.
Welcome.
Hello, I'll be brief. Can you guys hear an echo, or is it just on my side? I'm going to assume it's just on my side. I'm just calling in support for Michael Elric, filling the vacant planning board seat. Michael has been a Burbank resident for almost a decade. He's an extremely hardworking human. He's smart, he's fair, and he cares deeply about the Burbank community. I think he'd be a great asset to the planning board. And that was all that I wanted to chime in on.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
No more callers, Mr. Mayor. Promise this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There being no further public comment, I now declare the public comment period closed. Now is the time for a brief response from City Council, City Manager, and/or the City Attorney. Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to thank everyone, both in person for the first time in 2 years and who called in tonight to provide public comment. To those of you who spoke about a specific agenda item, I'll address those comments when we get to it. To Ms. Perez, thank you for your comment tonight. We're all aware of what's happening nationally, and I will, at the end of the meeting when we introduce new items, be addressing your comment at that time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else, colleagues? Councilmember Springer?
Thank you to all the callers. And the items I will address as we move forward in the agenda. But as far as Ms. Thomas's comment, I know that we've been informed of the pension liability issue, but I guess you can update her, everybody, later or now?
Mr. Mayor, absolutely. I mean, we had a whole discussion on it last week during the budget meeting. I'm not sure if Ms. Thomas was able to see it. If she's around, and I know she calls in, and we'll reach out, and we can certainly upload her. We have a great story to tell, as you know. We've been making prepayments. We've been making additional payments. We're driving down that unfunded liability. We have people paying, all the employees paying their half. So there's a whole story there that we could certainly pass along.
Thank you. That's all.
Anyone else? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to all the people who called in and showed up. This is going to be interesting moving forward. To Mr. Atabali, I too was watching and waiting for a funeral announcement for Mr. Nolan. I have not seen it yet. I did, however, attend the wake. They held it at the Veterans Lodge here, down on Magnolia. I got to meet a lot of Mike's family. I met former Assembly Member Pat Nolan, his brother. I didn't know Mike was so well connected. And, you know, it's funny, Mike and I couldn't be more polar opposites on our political leanings, but when it came down to the service of the city and, you know, the inner workings of how you build a community, he and I could just talk and talk about all the things that we agreed on and how you really build network of relationships. And that's really what a community versus just a city is. And speaking on things that Mike would hate to see me do, to Ms. Perez's comment, everyone is very much concerned about what's happening at the national level. There are people in government who are working to fight back against what is possibly happening at the Supreme Court. It is just a brief, but it is a portent of things to come. And so I am grateful to all the people working on the ground to really ensure abortion access for every single Burbanker and every single person in the country. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Frutos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank everybody that called in and also the folks that came in person. It's great to see you, Ms. Thomas, or Laverne, my good friend. And to Mr. Otabelli, thank you. Thank you for Mr. Nolan bringing him up and the short video you put. He was a veteran. He deserved our respect. But I will share something funny that I always cracked up. So every time Mike Nolan was really mad at us, and he would call us hiding the weenie, he'd bring a whole package of hot dog weenies, and he would slam it on the counter there, and he says, "You guys are hiding the weenie." And I couldn't laugh because I had to maintain my composure. But Mike was very creative. But what a lot of people didn't know is that off camera, him and I would hold court at Ralph's because they had the little Starbucks right there on Victory and Buena Vista. Or sometimes we will hold court right there at the 99-cent store in the evening hours. And Mike had his heart in Burbank. And one last item, and I'll keep it real brief, is that he came here as a kid to city council. And there's a picture that I saw because I wanted to go to his funeral. And I'm like, Vice Mayor, I didn't know when or where, but because of COVID, they limited to immediate family. But Mike Nolan, there's a picture of him being escorted like in his early 20s or 30s out of the city council. I just saw a brief history picture of him. So Mike has definitely been engaged and is definitely a member, and I honestly miss him. And every time I think about him, it's either we're holding court at Ralph's till 10 o'clock in the evening, or he would bring in a package of hot dogs and say, "Council, you're hiding the weenie." Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, I like to reminisce about Mr. Nolan as well. Way back when I was in the fire department, we would cross paths many a times, and we'd have great conversations. You know, what the character or what he put on here for the camera, I think, is different than what he did outside. He was very cordial. He was very down to earth when we had conversations outside away from the camera. But he would put on a different face when he was here in front of the camera. But nonetheless, Mike Nolan was Mike Nolan, and may he rest in peace. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. May be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Consent calendar, item number 1, adoption of resolution ordering the summary vacation V-423 of the public right-of-way at the Warner Boulevard, Burbank, California, and finding the project categorically exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act. Item number 2, approval of the change order to the contract with Doughty Brother Equipment Company for citywide electrical projects, bid number 1498. And those are the 2 items on consent.
Is there a motion for consent?
Mr. Mayor, I actually move to pull item 1 from consent.
Okay, we're moving item number 1, so that will be discussed, brought back at the end of the meeting. Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor.
I would just ask one quick question on number 2, if Ken Berkman is available.
That would be BWP.
Oh,
or number
BWP.
2.
Okay.
Go.
Oh, you're on,
I don't know. Go for it.
Oh, okay. Just a quick question. So we're increasing the contract amount from 1 million to 5 million. How is that the 4 million there? Is that inflation? Is it projected developments? And then lastly, how would future development impact fees backfill that $4 million?
First of all, good evening. Calvin Clark, Senior Electrical Engineer with Burbank Water and Power's Electric Services Division. The $4 million is primarily due to additional customer developments happening throughout the city. That's in addition to what we typically reserve that amount for, which is for handling smaller capital projects or repair and replacement of some of our deteriorating underground substructure. So that additional is really just to keep up with all of the coming foreseen developments heading our way.
And then how would those future development impact fees for those potential developments, would that cover part of this cost?
And yes, that all of the customer developments are paid for 100% by aiding construction fees. So pretty much all of that would be covered, the additional.
Okay, great. So we're not footing the bill for them
Correct.
in perpetuity?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion for the 1 item left on the consent?
I'll move.
Moved by Councilmember Springer, second by Councilmember Frutos. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Councilmember Frutos?
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is a time and place for the hearing for the consideration to adopt the negative declaration and approve the greenhouse gas reduction plan update. There will be a public comment period during the public hearing session. Before we begin, are there any disclosures related to this hearing? Colleagues? No? Okay, seeing none. Madam City Clerk, have the notices required by law been given?
Yes, they have.
Do we have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, emails, and other documents?
Yes, you do.
Has the city received any written communications of this matter, and have they been provided to all council members?
Yes, you received 6 in total correspondence, and council have it.
Thank you. Will the representative of the Community Development Department please introduce yourself and summarize the matter for us?
Good evening, Mayor Telemontes and members of the City Council. My name is Karen Pan, Administrative Officer for the Community Development Department and co-project lead with Fred Ramirez on the proposed greenhouse gas reduction plan update being presented to you tonight for consideration. I'm here with other city team members from city departments, as well as our consultant team members, Hannah Mize and Andrew Beecher from Rincon Consultants. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. It is a privilege and honor to present this information to you in person with you and the community. This is a topic that aligns with City Council's goals for the year, and that is sustainability and quality of life. Staff's recommendation this evening is to adopt a resolution adopting a negative declaration pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act and approving the Burbank's greenhouse gas reduction plan update. And may I please get the presentation? Thank you. The Greenhouse Gas Reduction Plan, which I'll be referring to as GGRP in this presentation, is the city's plan to reduce greenhouse gas emission that will improve the quality of life for residents. Greenhouse gas emissions are emissions that are mostly made up of different types of gases like methane, nitrous oxide, carbon dioxide, and these gases are released by human activities from trash, agriculture, transportation, and buildings. When these gases are released, some are released into the atmosphere and some are trapped in the atmosphere, causing the climate change. The city originally adopted the GGRP from 2013 as a supplement to Burbank 2035 General Plan. And in October 2020, City Council directed to bring back a report on current sustainability and energy conservation effort and consideration of a green master plan. And we are here this evening to show you the accumulation and collaboration effort between community, city stakeholders, boards and commissions, city departments, and city council to update and replace our GGRP from 2013. The proposed GGRP update incorporates recent legislation, new measure action items, and recommendations, and we'll be going over those details, highlighting the sustainability efforts. Sustainability is a citywide effort that includes participation from all departments. Particularly, this project has been a leading effort from Burbank Water and Power, City Manager's Office, Community Development, Fire, IT, Library Services, Police, Parks, and Public Works, where there are strategy, measures, and action items. The first step of this project was to evaluate the emission inventory here in Burbank. Based on the 2019 data, the community emissions were from transportation, representing 43%, 31% from non-residential electricity use, 10% residential electricity use, 13% natural gas use of buildings, 3% from recycling and waste, and less than 1% from industrial wastewater treatment. Once city staff completed the community greenhouse gas inventory, the city conducted an online community survey in October 2020 and held 2 online community workshops in November 2020 and March 2021. The purpose of those meetings was to share that information from the previous slide, showing the inventory data, and to obtain feedback. From there, city staff continued their outreach with stakeholders. While outreach was unique during COVID, city staff would like to thank the key stakeholders and boards and commission for their continued engagement who have contributed to this project. And that includes Burbank Water and Power Board, Transportation Commission, Park, Recreation and Community Services Board, RISE Group, Youth Board, Board of Building and Fire Code Appeals, Burbank Farmers Market, Burbank Transportation Management Organization, Burbank Eco Council, Burbank Housing Corporation, Planning Board, Disney, and Warner Brothers. Staff would like to especially acknowledge the collaborative work of the Sustainable Burbank Commission, including the ad hoc group who participated in this effort since the beginning. Additionally, Sustainable Burbank Commission effort is recognized when they provided additional recommendations for City Council consideration in May of last year. This is also referred to the proposed Burbank Green New Deal. At that same time, council members requested city staff to bring back that letter for discussion. Some of the recommendations included in that letter discussed hiring a sustainability coordinator, adding solar panels on roof space, new construction to be all electric, and incentive or rules for private employers to allow remote work. A list of the recommendations from Sustainable Burbank Commission are included in the agenda packet in attachment 7, and these recommendations help put together the proposed GGRP update. And in May of last year, Council requested city staff to bring back a discussion about Sustainable Burbank's commission role. The development of the GGRP update is a continuation to build on that relationship with the commission and city staff, and to share ongoing collaboration in the implementation of the plan. The GGRP update is built to show that collaboration on an annual and triennial basis with the commission and the stakeholders, which are critical components in maintaining an up-to-date GGRP. With the understanding where our emissions are coming from in Burbank and receiving community input, this is the proposed plan to reduce emissions. Together, we have created a total of 12 new strategies. Strategies are aspirational statements regarding future achievements in key sectors. And from those strategies, there are 21 measures. Measures are the long-range statements and goals to measure the emission reduction. And there are 124 action items. This is twice as much action items and work compared to the previous plan from 2013. And the proposed plan has been a defined roadmap that outlines our short-term, midterm, and long-term goals in the next 8 to 9 years. Strategy 1 is regarding affordable housing. This is to partner with Burbank Housing Corporation to electrify low-income and affordable housing units with a goal of 100 units by 2020 and 320 units by 2045. Strategies 2 to 3 are focused on building and energy. In February of this year, based on Council's direction, staff evaluated the possibility of new construction being 100% all electric. This action item is included in the proposed GGRP. The city will be working on an electrification reach code for all new buildings by 2023. The development of the electrification reach code will include engaging with stakeholders in the development of the ordinance. In September of last year, based on Council's direction, staff also analyzed information on solar panels and EV charging around school. And this action item is also included in the proposed plan to install 5 megawatts of local solar capacity with public and private ventures like schools. And in March of this year, based on Council's direction, staff looked at County of Los Angeles cool roof ordinance, and the California Energy Code defines a cool roof as part of the city's action item. The cool roofs is also as part of city action items, and that will be updated as part of the 2023 building code amendments next year, and we'll be evaluating the feasibility of implementing similar regulations subject to consideration by the public and city council. Other action items in the strategy include conducting feasibility studies, achieving 100% GHG neutrality by 2040, and the community-wide effort to convert 3,000 residential and 170 commercial natural gas-fueled HVAC and water heating units in existing private buildings to electric heat pumps. There are 4 strategies related to transportation. The first is to reduce passenger car vehicle miles traveled, known as VMT. VMT per capita is calculated as the total annual miles of vehicles traveled divided by the total population in the state or the urbanized area. To achieve this, the city will need to implement the 2020 Complete Our Streets plan and increase active transportation modes by 2% by 2030. This means that there will be more alternative transportation like biking and public transit. The second strategy in transportation is the transportation demand management. The Burbank Transportation Management Organization, BTMO, is a private nonprofit organization formed in the 90s to bring together employers, developers, building owners, and others to collectively establish policy programs and services which address local transportation and air quality issues and concerns. The BTMO was formed to reduce congestions during peak hours and solve transportation problems by providing services directly to its members and their employees. And the goal in the GGRP is to expand BTMO, reaching 60% of employers by 2030 and 90% by 2045. This means employers with 25 or more employees would be part of the organization to reduce employee vehicle trips generated. The third strategy is increasing the total number of zero-emission vehicles by 23% by 2030 and 100% by 2045. This is driven by the state that directs California Air Resources Board, CARB, to develop regulations to achieve 100% zero-emission car sales in California by 2035 and zero-emission medium or heavy-duty vehicles by 2045. To achieve this action items include increasing electric vehicle infrastructures at homes, work, and schools to support the zero-emission vehicles. And this would also include city fleet as well. The fourth strategy related to transportation is parking. This action item includes implementing the city's 6 parking management principles, such as managed parking at the downtown and Metrolink stations in Burbank. This would involve discussions with the community and council on updating the municipal code. Strategy 8 is regarding Water Nexus Energy. This strategy seeks to reduce per capita water consumption from current levels of 132 gallons per capita per day to 124 gallons per capita per day. And to achieve this, some of the action items include identifying feasible opportunities to expand recycled water infrastructure. Another example is installing a new advanced metering infrastructure system with a web-based tool that allows customers to track and monitor the water usage. Another action item is to modernize our city-owned irrigation controllers each year and to reduce our water usage. For example, Parks and Recreation Department is currently upgrading irrigations at the DeBell Golf Course and will be looking at other facilities and parks. Strategy 9 is about diverting organic waste. The city is unique that it has its own landfill and waste system that serves our single-family homes. With recent state legislation, SB 1383, the goal is to have a 75% reduction in organic waste by 2025. Organic waste is the largest waste stream in California. This means more than half of our organic waste, like greens, wood, food, and paper, can be diverted from our landfill. Some of the action items included in the proposed GGRP includes working with waste haulers and establishing an edible food recovery program. Strategies 10 to 12 are the last strategies regarding carbon sequestration, city government, and adaptation. The action items includes planting 2,000 net new trees by 2030 and 5,000 net new trees by 2045 to reduce heat island effect. The city will be implementing a monitoring tool to track its progress annually and to conduct a 3-year review. The city will look at evaluating electrifying landscape and forestry equipment as well as city fleet and creating an adaptation plan when dealing with immediate needs and resources to address climate change. The proposed GGRP is consistent with the Burbank 2035 General Plan. In Chapter 2, the goal of the city is to seek sustainable, energy-efficient future. The city is to seek a sustainable, energy-efficient future and complies with the statewide GHG reduction goals. An initial study and a negative declaration was prepared for the proposed GGRP in accordance to the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA guidelines. The initial study found that there would be either no impact or less than significant environmental impact on all the resource categories. The city received public comments from Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. The city thanks the union and its representatives for the comprehensive discussion of the potential benefits that would rise from hiring local labor. However, labor is not an environmental resource and therefore is not an appropriate topic to analyze under CEQA. The commenter's requests for changes to the GGRP are noted, but do not raise issues for the adequacy of the analysis and conclusion of this draft initial study and negative declaration. While the city has been making an effort to develop the proposed GGRP during the pandemic, city staff continues to implement its action items. For example, with the partnership of Information Technology Department, city staff developed new web pages to educate and provide resources to residents and businesses. The city's current sustainability webpage provides resources about recycling, electric vehicles, green choice programs, and ideas on how the community can help reduce its emissions. Another resource that was recently developed by Public Works Department is the Where It Goes webpage. If anyone is unsure what is recyclable or not recyclable, this is a webpage to visit to find an answer. Other milestones during the pandemic includes City Council establishing the Sustainability Officer position this year. We've also adopted our Streets Plan in 2020. We continue to make our efforts for the Plant for Greener Burbank, and since that effort, we've planted 700 trees. We've also applied and have been awarded over $1 million in state and regional grants to implement specific plans. And Sustainable Burbank Commission has made an effort to also educate our public by partnering up with Library Services Department. And we have installed 16 new electric vehicle charging stations in downtown Burbank. We continue to have our compost workshop, and we recently did a construction of our 0.7-mile bike and pedestrian path at the Burbank Channel Bikeway. And this slide is the image of Burbank Channel Bikeway, an award-winning public works project which received a 2020 grant, which we received an award from Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG, on a sustainability award for active, healthy, and safe communities. While there are over 100 action items, the GGRP lays out a roadmap and a vision of what those short-term, mid-term, and long-term plan. Short-term plan, which are action items that are included in the next 3 years, include leveraging BWP's program to incentivize more electric appliances, complete long-range specific plans, plant more trees with the Plant for Greener Burbank initiative, develop code amendments that facilitate electrification, facilitate EV charger infrastructure, partner with Glendale on transportation activities, start with our annual reports, and continue to have public partnerships for solar panels on rooftops and complete our streets projects. Midterm plan, which are action items in the next 4 to 6 years, include modernizing our city-owned irrigation controllers, implementing the city's parking management principle citywide, implementing SB 1383, partnering with Burbank Housing Corporation, and implementing the Water Advanced Metering System to view consumption. The long-term plan, which represents 7 to 9 years, is to continue to expand the BTMO, reaching the 60% of employers, purchasing a city bus fleet to be all electric, and updating our transportation management ordinance program to reduce commute of employees with single occupancy vehicles, install solar panels on rooftops, and increase our city fleet and buildings to be electric. The implementation of the total GGRP update is estimated to be $2 billion investment to meet the GHG reduction target goals. Half of the investment forecasted is taken into consideration for renewable energy technology and implementation. All measures include city staff, consultant services, education programs, grant applications, structural changes, and more. And each strategy, measure, and action item would be reviewed in consideration for future city council meetings, and city staff will continue to seek funding for opportunities when available. So staff's recommendation for tonight is for council to take the following actions. One is to adopt a resolution adopting a negative declaration of environmental impact pursuant to CEQA for the project and approving the city's greenhouse gas reduction plan. This concludes my presentation, and city staff and the consultant team are available to answer any questions that city council might have. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now open the public hearing to hear from any persons who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the council for up to 3 minutes on this public hearing item only. For members of the public who are here in person, please present a completed salmon-colored public hearing card. Salmon colored. To the city clerk if you wish to speak. I encourage you to state your name when speaking at the podium to assist the city clerk with minutes. For those wishing to call in during the public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. Do we have any speakers?
Mr. Mayor, I only have a card from Ms. Takahashi. She left it. She said she did not want to speak, but she's in support of the recommendation. And I do not have any callers, so it's safe to go ahead and close the public comment period unless I don't see any cards coming.
Okay, thank you. There being no further public comment, I now declare the public comment period closed. Would the representative of the Community Development Department like to make any further comments? You're good? Okay. Does the council have any questions of staff, colleagues? Vice Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Pan. That was a great report, and it's a very thick binder. I wanted to go over something you mentioned earlier. You said you got input from the carpenters. I wanted to look at CEQA section 21081, necessary findings where environmental impact report identifies effects. And under that section, it says, pursuant to the policy, no public agency, you can, a public agency can approve a project if they have one of the findings which is considered respect to significant effects which were subject to a finding, specific economic, legal, social, technological, or other considerations, including considerations for the provision of employment opportunities for highly trained workers. And so basically what I'm reading under here, in effect, is if a project provides training opportunities for highly skilled workers, it can be seen as a net positive versus not building a project that would utilize the training of those workers. And my understanding is, under CEQA, what they wanted to do was put a sort of a variance in there to allow people to train and work locally because they knew that people with trained skill sets would go where the work is. And so by reducing the commute of these trained skilled workers and keeping development locally, you actually have a positive impact on greenhouse gas reduction and all that instances. And so I'm here. I have a direct quote from lead representative of Southwest Regional Carpenters Local 661 saying hiring highly trained labor can be used as a mitigation effort under CEQA. Is there a way that we can incorporate that language and those findings into this? Because I'd hate to just completely throw out that possibility. If we can train people to work on these projects locally, we in essence are adding to our, CEQA mitigation and, reducing commute hours, reducing travel time. And, if you're paying people well, that's less total work they have to do, so they don't have to work a second job somewhere else, and that cuts down on labor traffic as well. So is it possible for us to put those findings, CEQA citation number 21081.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Anthony, for that question. Regarding the CEQA analysis for the project, there's different types of CEQA analysis that's done for a project. In this particular case, initial study was done, and what that means is that as part of your Exhibit 2, there's certain categories that we're looking at to see if there is environmental impact on this project itself. And because this project is more of a long-range project that's looking at a programmatic effort, it's focusing on those efforts as opposed to an actual development project. And so that reference that the Carpenters Union used was regarding an environmental impact report. So if you're looking at a specific development project, they have different criterias of how an environmental analysis is looked at. And so in this particular case, it's reviewed differently because it's a programmatic effort.
Okay, I understand that. Let me ask you this then. The greenhouse gas reduction plan, is it going to affect future plan developments and possibly even general plan updates?
Potentially, and when those scenarios or situations come up, those would be addressed with those environmental analysis.
Well, I guess my question is, would we be okay putting that caveat in there, saying it doesn't apply to a general use of this update, but in the future, when the greenhouse gas reduction plan is applied to general plan updates or localized plan updates or plan developments, like I'd like to see that language in here, just and have the caveat of doesn't apply generally, but it does apply specifically.
And regarding the question, are you interested in seeing that as an action item, a strategy, a measure, or is that like language just in general of the overview of our plan?
Just in general overview, so that when we have findings later for specific plans, we have it in here and we can reference it. That way we're not contradicting ourselves moving forward. And it just has to be something really small. That's all I'd like to see if that's council's pleasure. just to
So
put that
the
in.
language, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, Yes, go ahead. if I could. The language that you referenced concern statement of overriding considerations, as Ms. Pan indicated. That's applicable when an EIR is prepared for a project, and there are significant unavoidable impacts for which the council, in order to approve the project, is required to make findings of overriding considerations. There are many types of considerations a council can consider to override a significant unavoidable impact. Provision of skilled labor is one of them, but it's not exclusive. The language is a menu of possible, so it really doesn't relate to the greenhouse gas reduction program at all. That statement that was in the comment letter kind of quotes out of context a statement of overriding considerations, which, as Ms. Pan indicated, applies when you prepare an EIR. An EIR was not prepared. This is a negative declaration that analyzes a policy document targeted at strategies to reduce greenhouse gas, which has no relationship to labor or skilled labor or labor training programs. Those are programs that the council could discuss, and the council could put policies and programs in place, but that would be separate and apart from a greenhouse gas reduction program, which is intended as a menu of reduction strategies that future projects, if they're consistent with, are deemed to be in compliance with the city's greenhouse gas reduction programs and limits. So it's a different structure. Okay. I understand what you're saying. That language was taken out of context and is inapplicable to the environmental document that was prepared, which is why there's language in there saying it's not an environmental issue. It's also not a greenhouse gas reduction strategy. If you considered it a greenhouse gas reduction strategy, it's not just a matter of dropping in a little bit of policy language. We actually have to discuss what that program is and how it actually results in a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions.
I guess my only question is, if we don't consider it here, this document isn't going to override any future plan updates or general plan updates. We can still use those mitigation. That's baked into CEQA. So we're not.
So
we're
it's not a
undercutting ourselves.
mitigation. No, the council would need to agendize and discuss a policy for labor initiatives if that's what the council wanted.
Okay.
That's not the matter that's before the council this evening. Now, if this project had significant unavoidable environmental impacts, you might have before you a statement of overriding considerations where you could say, well, I can't make the findings unless you can show me where some of these initiatives might be. That's not the case.
Okay.
So,
Okay, that's
yeah.
fine. I'm okay. Yeah. Thanks, Fred.
You know,
Thank
I
you,
just
Ms.
want to, I just want to piggyback on those comments in regards to, as we move forward, I just don't want this to be forgotten. It should always be considered. And I know it will be, but I just want to make that statement that it should be considered. The greenhouse gas reduction program,
Yes.
or the comment
And the
that,
comment about the overriding,
so that always has to be considered when new projects come forward. The greenhouse gas reduction program is before you this evening because in the past, updating the plan kind of, we really weren't keeping up with it. We were so busy with projects. I say we, I'm taking ownership for the team I belong to with community development. But the plan got so old and hadn't been updated, so we were unable to use it as a benchmark to evaluate our greenhouse gas reductions. This new plan was prepared with much greater collaboration of all of the departments with focus on what are the real world implications of electrification. So the utility was involved and all of the other aspects of the plan. The labor initiatives comment in and of itself is not part of this plan. It's currently not part of any plan. It comes up on a project-by-project basis because various labor groups who are concerned with different types of construction come out and they're a stakeholder in those projects, and the larger projects have then incorporated job site agreements and other things but the council doesn't yet have a policy on that where it can be considered with regard to the greenhouse gas reduction program.
okay. So your comment to the carpenters, for example, they have to keep on top of it. As projects come before the council, they should, if
So
they're
they-
concerned,
So they have been. They have been on top of it with, I think, every project we've seen in the last 5 years, as have the hotel hospitality workers and some other groups that have been before the council making comments on projects. Until there is some kind of a policy discussion about how those issues could be developed on a policy basis on all projects, not just planned developments, it wouldn't be addressed with this greenhouse gas reduction program.
all right.
Mayor, maybe to give you some assurance to the group.
Yes.
You have two specific plans that are currently being developed. We have a third one, one for Golden State specific plan, one for downtown, and another one for the media district. And we've received similar feedback from the Carpenters Union on two of those. And so as far as a potential venue to have a discussion on that particular policy, those two specific plans may be ones that provide that venue, especially if there's any significant and unavoidable impacts associated with the development of them. So that, I think, would probably be the best venue for that conversation, but we wholeheartedly understand it's on our radar and we'll follow up on it.
No, that's excellent to hear. That's good news moving forward. Thank you. Okay, where are we here? Any other questions, colleagues of staff?
Okay,
Councilmember
thank you.
Springer?
Thank you very much for the presentation. So on the presentation, for the short-term plan, 1 to 3 years, complete our streets projects. And I know in the plan, there are short-term, mid-term, and long-term, if I remember correctly. There are a lot of projects there. So are you proposing that we'll get them all in 1 to 3 years? Because there are some very good, interesting, sustainable projects. And I was going to ask for a timeline on those for the short term, medium, and long.
Thank you, Councilmember Springer, for that question. When the Complete Our Streets plan was adopted in 2020, there were a number of projects that were in that plan. Specifically, in terms of how it connects to the GGRP update, the short-term goals, which is 1 to 3 years, the Complete Our Street plan outlines 3 specific projects that they would like to complete immediately. The first one being the phase 1 of the downtown Burbank Metrolink station to have protected bike lanes on Front Street. The design is 95% complete, and so we're estimating completion date of early 2023. The second project that the Complete Our Streets plan refers to is the protected bike lanes as phase 1 of the First Street Complete Streets project, and that estimated completion date is also late 2023.
Which project is that?
First Street Complete Streets project with a protected bike lane. And then the third project that the Complete Our Street outlines as an immediate project is the Bonniewood Frontage Road and the First Street Pedestrian Safety Project. And that's another project that we're hoping to complete in late 2023. And you're right, there are other projects in the Complete Our Streets plan project. Those were the first 3 that were highlighted to be completed as short-term goals.
Okay, thank you. So number 1, is that, number 1 and 2 sounded really similar to me. So is number 1 the extension of Chandler to Victory and then to Protected on Front? I'm sorry. If you could.
I'll have a David Kriske respond. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. David Kriske with the Community Development Department. So the first project on the list is a protected cycle track connecting downtown Burbank to the Metrolink station. It begins at the intersection of First, or IKEA Way, and Verdugo, goes under I-5, and then makes a turn to the north onto Front Street and connects to the Metrolink station. That will tie into the 777 Front Street development, Laterra. A condition of approval of that project is to connect that same cycle track up from Burbank Boulevard southward to the Metrolink station. And so you'll have a protected cycle track connecting downtown Burbank to the Metrolink station and the Laterra project. The second project that the City Council approved for pursuit of implementation when Complete Streets was adopted was the First Street Protected Bike Lanes project. That extends from the intersection of First Street and San Fernando near In-N-Out, southward to Verdugo and IKEA Way / First Street. That'll be putting an in-street protected bike lane on First Street through that stretch. It will be coordinated with the First Street Village project, which the City Council, when they approved that project, or when you approved that project, implemented raised protected bike lanes on that project frontage, and they'll tie in together. And then finally, the third project is the First Street Frontage Road Bonniewood Closure project. That will close the Bonniewood connector from Olive and First down to the freeway, basically along the Airmark building. It will close the portion connecting to First Street so that pedestrians, when they're coming off the Metrolink, off the Olive overpass from the Metrolink station, don't have to wait in that little island. They'll be able to just directly cross over to the city streets, and access into that frontage road will be from Bonniewood only. It'll close the portion by First Street. So those are the 3 early action projects that the council adopted when they approved the Complete Streets plan.
Thank you. Is there a way to incorporate Green Street attributes since we're in just such a drought, like on Lake Street, so that the tree wells can capture water and water the trees while we're doing, right? And maybe the grants that we apply for can be enhanced because they do have Green Street components.
Yes, so separately from those 3 explicit projects, the Public Works Department and the City Council approved our Green Streets standards that are in the municipal code, and so we apply those now to street projects when they're under construction to implement the green project elements. Our Complete Streets plan also identifies larger Green Street projects when we're doing street reconfigurations, realigning roads. So for instance, Olive Sparks Verdugo is one that I have immediately comes to mind, and we're kind of recapturing right-of-way from streets to other uses. We would apply Green Streets elements to that as well. And then the Avion project is an example of where we apply the Green Street standards to development projects. Laterra will have a similar treatments on their frontage as well.
Okay, so these projects will incorporate Green Street.
The cycle track will, the portion that Laterra is constructing that's fully raised and protected. The other two projects are short-term quick build projects. They're being built within the existing curb to curb of the street, so they're much lower cost and can be implemented more quickly. So those won't have any new Green Street treatments because we're not moving any curbs and gutters and concrete infrastructure.
And so when I think of Green Street, it is like tree wells, right, that capture stormwater? Is that a Green Street component?
Yes, and if you want to get a little more technical, I would invite our Public Works Department to be more specific. But yes, it
Okay.
involves capturing runoff from gutters. For instance, on Avion, not only did we have tree wells, but we had inlets along the curb. So as water flows down the curb line, it can flow into the area where there's natural vegetation to capture that. So those are the sorts of things that we would be considering.
Okay, thank you. And this is back to Ms. Pan. May we?
Can I ask a question, Mr. Krisky, before he leaves? Now, there's some water capturing that was put in place on Lake Street over by Burbank Water and Power several years ago, 5 or 6. Are we doing what that is doing right now? Are we placing that?
That would be, yeah, if we're doing larger changes to our city infrastructure, like along Hollywood Way for Avion, that's the sort of infrastructure that we would be putting in, stuff that's similar to what's in front of Burbank Water and Power. That was a very early example,
Right.
but yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Councilmember Springer.
So just to follow up, so those trees that, like in Avion's trees, they don't need it, do they need supplemental water? I'm just trying to just get trees that, I mean, we can increase our tree canopy, cool us down, and just use the water that we have, since we have so little of it.
Again,
since we have none of
if
it.
you want to get it more technical, I'd invite other experts, but I
Okay.
will say that the Avion trees, I'm almost positive are irrigated. I don't think we can get enough water from the rain, even if we're capturing it the best way that we can, to support canopy trees.
Oh,
So you
okay.
always need some irrigation to have good canopy growth, and the Avion project, Laterra, a lot of the newer development projects still are irrigated. Luckily, mostly with recycled,
Right.
but are
Okay.
irrigated.
Thank you. And for the other Complete Streets projects, may we have a timeline for those? And as money becomes available for, I think of Chandler, that's included there, and Olive, and San Fernando, Magnolia, all of those. There's so many.
So we assumed in the short term, midterm, and long term on greenhouse gas reduction plan what was achievable and what's already kind of in our CIP. If the council wishes to have a discussion of prioritizing additional projects, accelerating projects, reprioritizing, I think that may be good discussion for the CIP section of later this evening, where we will be outlining for you what projects are in our CIP now and what we're pursuing, and therefore the council can talk about, is that the right amount of work to be done, or is that the right priority?
Okay, thank you. And I have a question about the status of the specific plans, just really quickly, not in depth, but ones by this year and that year, and I think.
Sorry, I didn't acknowledge who I was last time. Apologize.
Yeah,
I
nobody
keep doing
knew
it.
who you
It's a
were.
bad habit. Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director with Planning. So the three specific plans, two of which have been underway for a couple of years, they're at the stage where we're meeting internally with the different departments, like we did through the GGRP, Greenhouse Gas Reduction Plan, to just make sure that whatever development's going to be proposed for council consideration, that there is sufficient capacity both for infrastructure to support the development and also that it's in alignment with council goals. That effort is currently underway and will take us into the beginning of the new year. We anticipate that one or both will trail each other in the early summer, where we actually will consider the specific plans for adoption.
Early summer 2023?
2023, yeah.
So that would be the downtown and Golden State?
That's correct. And then the Media District Specific Plan, which we received funding recently from the state and also from SCAG, we're in the process of working with SCAG to hire the consultant that will do the work. And then we're in a parallel process. We're undertaking an RFP for environmental review for that project. So that would happen a year thereafter. So 2023, 2024, you'll have undertaken 3 of the specific plans that are in the general plan, realization plan for work. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And in this, it says that 25, the city is considering that 25% of staff will telecommute, I think by 2030. So do we know the impact? I see that having a positive impact on transportation emissions, but also we won't need any new office buildings, will we?
In general, I think you're correct on both comments in the sense of saying that it would benefit the city. The extent to which it means as far as reducing greenhouse gases and reducing the amount of floor area, right, office space, it would be something that is going to be considered through the city manager and the executive team as they look at what that means when they present a proposal for that policy to come forward to the council. But ultimately, you'll have the final say on the extent to what it's implemented and what that means in the long term. There's $2 billion worth of investment in the GGRP. And I know council, as we wanted to bring this to you now also because you're in the process of looking at a budget. There may be alignment across for this budget year of things that are in the GGRP that are already being done, but then also so that, like us, and sustainability and other stakeholders that are working through this, that you're able to consider the GGRP as an ongoing effort and ensuring alignment with policies and allocation of resources going forward for future budget years.
Okay, thank you. And policies, programs for native species. So when we landscape now, and like on, that's what our plan includes that. Is that right? Like on these new bike plans?
Yes, I think you touched on the Green Streets policy.
Okay.
And to the extent feasible for every project, it's actually a condition of approval for new development. So as far as they can implement it, we require it to be done. But we also look at it when the city is looking at plantings, is looking at native species and drought-tolerant ways of irrigating them.
Okay, thank you. And on the when we undertake the vulnerability assessment and emergency preparedness, I suggest that we include the Burbank Advisory Council on Disabilities and our senior board. So that they are included in that assessment.
If that's a direction of council, we can just include that going forward.
Okay, and there was a line in there to direct BWP to work with businesses on renewable energy and storage. So I think that maybe is a whole other report, right? Because there are issues with that.
I guess I'll defer to the general manager for BWP, but I can tell you, even up until this point over the last 2 years, it's been a topic of discussion internally, but we've been working with developers to look at where there's opportunities for synergy, and I'll use that word, my term, not others, but to see if there's alignment where maybe looking at battery storage and other electrical that benefits both the developer, but then even on a community-wide basis. And with that, I'll step aside and leave it to Mr. Seelman to.
Okay, because it noted specifically like the studios, so thank you.
Correct. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Riyad Slayman, Assistant General Manager for Electric Services. Yes, we do have planned, like you've seen the other council meeting, we presented the Ritzy project where we're going to be putting out quite a bit of solar on top of 4 acres. Also, when we look at developments, we are looking to acquire the lease square footage on top of their buildings to put up solar. We also are working with Burbank Unified School District to see what opportunities we have to put solar and storage at their location. So it's not really one location. We're just trying to scour everything we see in the city, and we can get square footage. We can put solar. We're going to go for it.
Thank you. And it specifically noted reaching out to the studios. Have we done that?
There is a development that I'm not sure to what extent I could speak about it now, but developments are happening with studios where they do have rooftop space, and we are engaging in possibly leasing that space and putting up solar.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Schultz has been waiting.
I just wanted to follow up on something.
That's perfectly fine, Mr. Mayor.
We have a question, a follow-up question, please?
Just a real quick follow-up question. We pump all of our water up the hill, and that gives us water pressure on for everybody in the city, right? Is there a way? I'm just talking. We all know that happens. Is there a way to capture that water flowing downhill to generate power?
I think you got to have a specific system in place to do that. Now, I'm not sure to what extent we have any of that infrastructure in place. I mean, it's doable, absolutely, but I'm pretty sure it costs quite a bit of money.
Because one of the things I've been seeing with battery technology is not actually a like lithium or storage, but a kinetic storage where you just pump a hydraulic all the way up, and then at night you just let it fall and take that energy and go. Because the sun produces a lot of energy in the middle of the day, but then we have evening where we don't generate. Are we looking into doing any of that outside the box kind of storage, or are we just waiting for some sort of lithium charge and take the technology as it is?
Well, I'm not familiar right now if we are looking at that. I know LA has that with the lakes that they have right off the 5 there. They're utilizing that technology. I know a couple of other cities have done that because of the location where they are. Right now, I don't think we're looking at it specifically in the near term unless we have the AGM for water come up.
My name is Richard Wilson. I'm the Assistant General Manager for Water Systems. We're using inline turbines now. We do that with our connection, our B5 connection, we call it. That's our connection with the Metropolitan Water District.
Inline turbine inside?
It's inside the pipe, and there's a turbine inside the pipe. The pressure that we get from the Metropolitan Water District is quite a bit higher than the pressure that we need. So we're able to expend that energy by expend the kinetic energy of the water by producing electricity through the turbine. To answer your question about whether or not we can do that by using the force of gravity from the storage in the hills, yes, we can do that, but it would require some analysis because, like I said, the water that we get from the Metropolitan Water District comes in at a much higher pressure. So as the water goes through that turbine, it reduces pressure, we lose that energy. So as we take the water that's in the reservoirs on the hill, as it goes through the turbine, we would lose that energy. So we can't lose too much of that energy, or we'd have to repump it again if we wanted to get it.
Right, you get bad pressure at your house.
That's right. So we would have to look at specific locations, specific flow rates. We'd have to look at the specific turbines that are available on the market, and also the flow rates. Maybe at one time of day it might be worthwhile doing, but maybe another time of day it may not. So it really depends on the specific situation and location that we're looking at.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sure.
Hi, Dawn Roth-Lindell, Burbank Water and Power General Manager. The only thing I would add is nothing is off the table. Nothing. We are going to look and explore every possible means we have to find renewable energy. And so you just saw very creative thinking that the Water Division of Burbank Water and Power has already been doing, and we will continue that. We have a $125,000 grant to look at iron flow batteries. And iron flow batteries on the A should last a lot longer, B should not fatigue, and C are a lot less corrosive when they're done. So, I think we are so early on in this great leap we are making to 100% greenhouse gas neutral position that we have to explore all possibilities. So keep those ideas coming because we like it.
Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have a few comments that I'll save for later when we get to that portion, but I just wanted to say from the get-go, I probably got staff's heart rate up here. Last time you had a plan in front of me, I was a bit grouchy. This is an exceptional document. This is what I would like to see from every plan. It is very detailed. It has an implementation timeline with short, medium, and long-term goals. So kudos to all of the staff and the consultants that worked on it. this is something we can really be proud of. So thank you for your work. I did have a couple of questions. So turning to page 30 of the GGRP, I'm just going to read a relevant portion, and it does lead to a question. So we see below figure 9, which is our strategy, measure, and action process flow chart. It says the measures and actions established in this greenhouse gas reduction plan update help the city meet the 2030 target and put the city on a trajectory towards meeting the 2045 target of carbon neutrality. I think here's the key part that goes to my question. While the measures and actions included in this GGRP update reach the 2030 targets, more work is needed to reach the longer-term 2045 emission reduction target. So my question is, you go on in that document to say that you anticipate a triennial return to council and update. So I guess my question is, when you do come back in about 3 years, do you plan to hopefully have a little bit more groundwork laid on how we are going to get to carbon neutrality by 2045?
Thank you, Councilmember Schultz, for that question. The answer is yes.
Yeah, yes, and it's going to be a collaborative effort to look at what we need to do, and we'll have 3 years worth of input, both at the culmination of that third year, but every year between now and that year, where we're talking to sustainability, other stakeholders, departments, and the council. So I think, yes, at year 3, we'll be looking and see technology may have changed over that time frame, and maybe there's new opportunities that we haven't considered.
Thank you. As a follow-up, and it's probably good that our general manager of Water and Power is making her way to the podium. Sorry there. I wanted to talk specifically about strategy EG-1, which is something I spent a lot of time reading. The goal to achieve 100% greenhouse gas neutral electricity generation by 2040. Ms. Lindell, I'll be honest, I was a little disappointed to read it the first time because we all know we need to get there a whole lot sooner than 2040. But in reading and rereading it, I see that staff put a lot of attention and detail, and I understand the limitations that we're facing. So I am going to support the document, but I did have one question. On page 49, in discussing that strategy, it says an equitable pathway towards exceeding the 60% RPS in 2030 is not identified in the measure. Therefore, the measure does not quantify the greenhouse gas emission reductions for the 2030 target year addressed in this analysis. And I think what that went to is that as staff was looking at how we equitably share this work that we're going to have to do across the community, there are some unanswered questions. So to piggyback off of the prior question, what do you hope to accomplish in the next 3 years to try to lay more of a firm groundwork for how we're going to equitably spread what I'm going to use to the term the hardship across the community as we really try to get to 100% greenhouse gas neutral electrification?
Sure. So again, Don Rothlandell, General Manager for Burbank Water and Power. The challenge is the $2 billion that this plan entails. That's our challenge. And so, as Mr. Ramirez noted, we hope for new technology that will help us get there. In the next 3 years, what we must accomplish is a clear, set path to that 2030 plan and a good idea of how we might reach the 2040 plan. Right now, what we had, as I stepped into this role in the utility, was an aspirational plan that was philosophical. It did not have specific details and a specific plan on how to get there. As we know from last week, Ms. Samra, who unfortunately is out with COVID this evening and is not able to be here with us, but Ms. Samra is working very hard to identify utility scale renewables. That's what we've got to have, and we've got to be able to bring those on board in order to meet this target. You know, the wonderful partnership we've got with the airport on our regional intermodal transportation center on 4 acres of solar plus storage gets us 1/4%. So that just tells you the scale of utility utility scale renewables that we've got to procure. And we will do that partnering with other utilities in Southern California to keep the cost as low as possible. The costs, unfortunately, are just skyrocketing right now because we are seeing the big haul in California as utilities across the state are recognizing that, holy moly, it is 7.5 years away from 2030. And as other communities are working hard like we are to beat that goal. But so is the rest of the country now stepping up. It's a wonderful problem to have. Everyone wants to make this happen. And I know Americans, when we focus on something, we can do amazing things. And I'm counting on that. I'm counting on that, that improvement. And so what I want, just like you do, Councilmember Schultz, is not an aspirational plan, but a doable plan. I want us to understand that price tag and watch that price tag come down as we work toward those solutions. So within the next 3 years, we will have a solid plan of how we are getting to 2060 and a darn good idea of how we're going to get, or 2030, 60%, whoo, and then a solid plan of how we can get to 100% by 2040 or sooner.
Thank you, Ms. Lindell, and thank you for putting into words what I could not. I will support this plan because it's more than aspirational. It has metrics. It has real teeth to it. So thank you for your work on that. I look forward to discussing it in 3 years.
Very good.
And I would...
Ms. Lindell, real quick.
Yeah.
I've got a question in regards to, there's a lot of large parking lots within the city that are privately owned. They don't belong to the city. But if Burbank Water and Power were to put solar systems on those lots, Empire Center is a perfect example. IKEA is another perfect example. If we, Burbank Water and Power, were to put the solar systems on those lots, would they benefit us with the renewables?
Yes, love that question. We actually are starting a partnership. I'm giving Mr. Slayman a look here. We are starting a partnership with Burbank Unified School District, and we are covering their parking lots and putting solar plus storage on top. That project, along with the Ritzy project, give us a real opportunity to see what kind of benefit we can achieve with local rooftop storage. And then we can certainly look at covering other parking lots and adding rooftop storage. Part of our challenge is that many of the rooftops within Burbank were built without any thought of adding solar, and they're just not built to support solar plus storage without a lot of reinforcement and expense. And so it may be a less expensive and more doable option to look at covering parking lots, which, hey, protects the vehicles while they're using them, and then also adds an ability for us to generate renewable electricity. Anything to add?
Thank you. I'll add one more item. Because of the new development that's happening, we are engaging in them early enough so that when they are building, they're building with the rooftop with the, in mind of solar. But also we got to realize that there is infrastructure costs when you go through for parking too, because you got to have, you know, steel metal beams that get put in. You got to build those, as opposed to when we get that outside the city, they're pretty much putting it on vacant land. So it's a lot less cost for them. However, what else is offset here is that we need to buy transmission rights to get all of those into Burbank, and that's where some of that cost is offset when you build within territory. So there's a lot of things to consider. We are considering all of it, and we definitely think it's, you know, as everyone buys that mass utility scale solar outside and everybody bids for it, the price keeps on going up, we're going to be able to build that essentially cheaper here. So we're looking at those, and we have, like I said, BUSD, we're looking to do a study to see how feasible it really is to build those.
I know that I've seen over the years, BUSD, their parking lots, they've converted to solar energy. It's been slow. I mean, the last 10 years, maybe there was one built every 3 or 4 years. But now it seems to be like we're moving a lot quicker because we want to do it. It's the right thing to do.
Correct, and that money, you'll see that in the budget. That's something that's that we've added in there because we know it's fast-paced and we need to start going.
You know, when I go to Palm Springs, all their colleges, their parking lots for the schools, Arizona State, their parking lot is packed with solar. Anyway, I just wanted to share that. Thank you very much. Colleagues, any other questions, comments? Councilmember Frutos?
Thanks, Mr. I just had three quick ones. Ms. Pan, maybe this is better addressed by Mr. Berkman, but I just wanted to ask you, in slide number 20, under the description of midterm plan, one of the bullet points listed was implement Senate Bill 1383. And I just wanted to ask, because there might be a little confusion out there, aren't we doing that a lot sooner than the 4 to 6 year time frame? I mean, we did pass the ordinance earlier this year. What's going to start happening next year, or as soon as next year?
Regarding SB 1383, the main focus is that we divert or we reduce our organic waste by 75% by 2035. And then there are other parts to the SB 1383 that talks about a little bit more besides just reducing that organic waste. So that includes partnering up with waste haulers, educational programs, recovery programs. So yes, there is a shorter deadline of 2025, but there are other implications that are part of SB 1383.
Great, thank you. The second of three questions is also for you, Ms. Pan. In your presentation, I believe you discussed, or you referenced an agenda item I'd asked for a while back about cool roofs. This is a dense bit of material, so I could have read it and can't remember where I found it, but in which strategy would we find that discussion of cool roofs ordinance?
Regarding cool roofs, the most recent ordinance that we have that we've adopted as part of our building code was back in 2014. And California as a state, they look at what their green code is. And so when cool roofs comes up, which will be next year, we'll be able to look at that. So it's implied that within our standards of looking at our green code as a state, and when we adopt our city code to match those standards, we'll be also looking at cool roofs.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, because I agree with Councilmember Springer's point about building electrification. That is key. But when you discuss in the introduction of the GGRP, the estimated nearly 10% increase in average temperature in Burbank 100 years from now, reducing the heat effect in those buildings becomes really crucial. So I would encourage staff to continue looking at that. Final question. I don't know if we'll need some help from Ms. Becker or not on this, but the second to last slide, a $2 billion investment. That's a lot of money. I guess my question is, other than grant funding opportunities, does staff have any thoughts on how to pay for it? And perhaps I'll slip a cheat code here a little bit. My understanding is that there is some one-time general fund money that might be available to council, even if we were to adopt some of the recommendations in place about increasing our reserves. Might that potentially be one source of funding that council could look to, of many, to implement some of these strategies?
And that's correct. When we were developing the GGRP update, we specifically looked at every single action item and estimated what that implementation cost is. While the focus was on implementation, we know that some of those action items have already been incorporated in our budget. So for example, if there's educational programs as an action item, sometimes those are already as part of our budget. But you're right, there are some items in terms of the action items that are not in the current budget, and we'll need to seek opportunities such as the general fund to meet those goals.
Yes, if I could add on to, so it's a 9-year basically program, so spreading over that $2 billion. You're already funding some of that from a variety of different sources. Luckily, the utilities, especially water and power, they'll take on a lot of the responsibility for that, for as far as electrification and stuff. But a lot of those projects that Councilmember Springer talked about, you're using a lot of that Measure P money, which is unrestricted. So those complete streets, all that's going to be used. So we're definitely going to be looking at, I think, all the other funds. We have roughly a $800 million budget, as you know. So we're going to try to use that and try to protect that unrestricted general fund money that we really hold precious for a lot of the operating budget of the city. So that goes to a lot of the core items. But from a one-time basis, certainly if we need it, we would come back to you. Hopefully we could find other, OPM, other people's money. That's always first and foremost, but then also the special revenue funds and more restricted funds first. But that's the plan, but yes, certainly can do that, but we're going to try not to.
Thank you, and again, outstanding presentation. Thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions? Councilmember Frutos?
Most of my questions have already been asked, but one didn't. So under social equity, protecting those most vulnerable, including disadvantaged communities and small businesses against the impacts of climate change by creating a healthier and more resilient city. With that, I'm curious with regards to the Golden State area. There's nothing that I could find regarding the airport, something documented that our partner at the airport outside of the solar panels at the Ritzy, but they still have a lot of land, a lot of cars, a lot of planes, and then I look at the different types of, I don't want to get right to, when I'm looking at implementation and monitoring the work plan section, there's nothing I could find that shows our partnership with the airport. How are they going to be held to reduce the greenhouse gases, specifically in the northern part of our city, the Golden State area? I didn't find anything. And then as I kept further reading, we talk about natural gas consumptions, building facilities, nothing related to the airport. When it comes to transportation, I read about off-road transportation, off-road equipment, public transit, but nothing regarding aviation and how are they partnering with us documented in this report that we can reflect back in a year or two to see where they're at and hold them accountable for the metrics.
Thank you, Councilmember Frutos, for your question. In terms of the GGRP, we have general strategies about collaboration and partnership with public and private, including the airport. They have been part of this discussion. They also have their own greenhouse gas reduction plan, and it is an effort, and we could definitely highlight in our plan to make note that the airport is part of the collaboration. So
Yeah,
we can do that.
Again, this is a good report. I also will be supporting it. I'm not here to knock the authors of this report. It's actually really great. My only thing is I could not find anything to physically see that the airport was included in the research and what the metrics are that we're going to hold them accountable when we start reviewing this, or say the Burbank Sustainable Commission can pick up one book and say, hey, where are they at with this? They committed back in 2022 to reduce X, Y, Z, and now it's 5 years later, and we haven't. So that's what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? I now declare the public hearing closed, and the council will now deliberate. What is the council's pleasure? Is there a discussion or a motion? Anyone? Councilmember Schultz?
Before we make a motion, I just wanted to take a moment to really thank a couple of people. Our commission, the Sustainable Burbank Commission, really, I watched some of those meetings. I know you did as well, Councilmember Frutos, and they spent a lot of time poring over this plan in great detail, as did a lot of our boards and commissions. I want to thank staff for taking the time to incorporate some of the recommendations from the commission. Sunrise Movement LA, a couple of activists that we heard from tonight, including Ms. Perez, Mr. Pike. While not everything that they recommended made it into the plan, a lot of it did, and I think it just strengthened the plan altogether. So I think it's a document we can be proud of. I'm happy to make the motion, but I don't want to cut discussion short if other people have anything they want to
Any
say.
other further comments? Councilmember Frutos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Sharon. I will echo where Councilmember Schultz left off, being the liaison to the Sustainable Commission. If you think back when this report came to us, how they were very vocal. They weren't part of it. They had their own views. They wanted their voice to be heard. So, Mr. Mayor, for them to send us email with at least I read 3 of the comments, plus Ms. Kirschenbaum sent an individual email. I'm going to be supporting it because I also have witnessed their discussions and updating that, Mr. Mayor, definitely with the Burbank Sustainable Commission in agreement with this report. You were here last time. We made some good progress, and I'm glad that they were part of it. And if they're supportive, I'm also going to be supporting it too, not just by reading it, but also by their information. I just wanted to give them kudos for their subcommittee and the whole entire Burbank Sustainable Commission.
Yeah, they've come a long way, and so have we.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes, I'd like to thank staff. I think it's an amazing report, and it's exciting and encouraging, and I think it's it's comprehensive. And just to reiterate my statement about including, our seniors and our disabled in the vulnerability assessment and the emergency preparedness. They've already done some work on that. They've had one Zoom, and so they're very much interested in being included. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everybody who had a hand in putting this together. I want to talk a little bit about why we're here. In 1950, Enrico Fermi, an Italian physicist, was having lunch with a theoretical physicist, a nuclear physicist, and a nuclear scientist. And they were talking about alien life and how come there's no spaceships around. And he postulated a simple question. He said, where is everybody? Where's everybody in the universe? And that question, and the four of them sitting around, led to a discussion and what's called today Fermi's paradox. If the Earth has only been around 4.5 billion years and we're already here, but the universe is 15 billion years old, where is everybody? And he postulated that every society, every intelligent life in the known or unknown universe comes across something that he claimed to be the great filter. That at some point, an intelligent species ruins their own ability to survive. It was 1950 at the time, and the paradox that he postulated was about nuclear war. He thought that we were going to blow ourselves up, just like every other intelligent life had done when they developed nuclear power in all the billions of years that the universe has been around. That paradox has not gone away, because what he says is, at any point that a civilization is living, they don't know if the great filter is behind them or ahead of them. Climate catastrophe is an existential crisis on this planet. We are staring down the barrel of the great filter. Will we pass it? Will we get beyond it? Will we as a society ruin the very planet that is our home? Cities across the globe are doing what we're doing. They're trying to do what we're doing. They wish upon wishes that they could be in a position where Burbank is, with all of these fine people working to create such an exemplary document moving forward. This, in essence, is kicking off 9 years of what I hope to be a very successful, in essence, a Green New Deal for Burbank. Like, we are doing the work of pulling literal carbon out of the air and keeping it where it needs to be in the ground. That's why we call it greenhouse gas reduction. That is the thing that we're doing, saving the planet. I commend everybody who's had a hand in this. I am so proud of this document and all the people who worked on it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I want to weigh in and thank everybody that put this together. Obviously, it's a great document. There's a lot of information there, very detailed. So I join my colleagues in saying thank you to everyone that put this together. I'll entertain a motion. Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's pass a Green New Deal for Burbank. I move that we adopt a resolution of the Council of the City of Burbank adopting a negative declaration of the environmental impact pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act and approving the City of Burbank's greenhouse gas reduction plan update, project number 22-00000935.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Councilmember Frutos?
Yes.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony?
Enthusiastically, yes.
And Mayor Talamantes?
Yes,
Thank you.
definitely. Thank you. We have 4 reports to council this evening. After staff's presentation, the city council will proceed with in-person public comment only for each item. please fill out a yellow public comment card and hand it to the city clerk. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak on the item at the conclusion of the presentation, as long as the speaker has not spoken on the item during the first period of public comment. The first report is the appointment to fill one vacancy on the planning board for an unexpired term. Madam City Clerk, please present the report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On March 15th, the City Clerk's office began advertising and accepting applications for the vacancy on the Planning Board for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2023, created by the resignation of Matt Gamboa due to professional and personal obligation. In order to obtain qualified candidates, a notice of unscheduled vacancy was advertised through the following: city website, city council meeting announcements, all social media platform, press release to LA Times, Burbank Leader, and myburbank.com. Notices posted on City Hall Bulletin Board and community groups and organizations. The deadline to submit the application to the City Clerk's office for the Planning Board was Thursday, April 14 at 5 p.m. The City Clerk's office received 5 applications. The names are James Ingram, Lermont Kekichian, Timothy Shanner, Michael Elk, and Ben Blandford. The applications are listed in the order received, and all applicants have met the City of Burbank COVID-19 vaccination policy. Please note, one of the applicants, Ben Blandford, has also applied for the Sustainable Burbank Commission, and if appointed, his name will be removed from the consideration for the Sustainable Burbank Commission appointment, which is tentatively scheduled to be presented to the City Council on May 17th at the regular meeting. So with that, if you don't have any questions, we can go to voting.
Colleagues, we ready? Yes. Oh,
No public comment. I see all the staff sitting back there. Thank you. All right, so are we ready? Thank you.
yes.
I will read the names to the record again. James Ingram, Lermont Kechichian, Timothy Shanner, Michael Elk, and Ben Blandford. Right now I'm taking the vote for James Ingram. None. Lermont Kechichian, 0. Timothy Shanner, none. Michael Elk, that's 5. So congratulations, Michael, you've been appointed. And just reminding everyone that we do have lots of openings, so I encourage everyone that applied here to continue applying for the new openings. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. The next report is a continuation of the review of the proposed fiscal year 2022 to 2023 city budget. Ms. Jennifer Becker, Director of Financial Services Department, please present the report. Welcome.
Thank you and good evening. I do have a brief couple of PowerPoint slides that we will just take a look at. Thank you very much. So we can go ahead and bring that up. Again, I'm Jennifer Becker with the Financial Services Department. As you know, we're back for our second week of budget review with our fiscal year 22-23 capital improvement program being the focus of tonight's presentations, followed by a review of discussion papers. But before I turn it over to Mr. Berkman to present the CIP budget, I wanted to quickly recap the follow-up items that were requested by the City Council last week at the end of our budget presentations. Several of those items were related to current or future CIP projects. As such, Mr. Berkman is prepared to discuss those during his presentation this evening. These include the Olive Sparks Verdugo redesign, downtown Burbank Scramble crosswalks, San Fernando Boulevard reconfiguration, and Glen Oaks Boulevard traffic calming measures. And then we had 2 additional follow-up requests, the biannual budget for utility funds and the assistance for low-income BWP customers that will both be returning to the council at a later date. If there's anything staff has missed, please let us know so we can address that during the remaining weeks of our budget process. Yes.
Ms. Becker, also, I wanted to know about that deferral that since we don't have, unless the chief is planning to replace or appoint an assistant chief, deputy chief. Remember I brought up last meeting regarding the 15,000? I didn't hear you talk about that, that's coming back for further discussion.
I thought we had a resolution to that, but
I want to make sure it's official when I'm
I
setting
didn't-
the budget.
Yeah, I didn't get necessarily council direction. We could certainly add that, if
Okay.
that's something that, there's not really a report there, it's just a decision by the council. So it's up to a majority if they want to pursue
'Cause
carrying
they-
over money for that or actually making an appropriation. We could do that at the next meeting. if
Okay,
you'd like.
that's what I need to know,
Okay.
when that's coming back for further discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
okay. So with that, I'll introduce Mr. Berkman from Public Works to present our 22-23 CIP budget.
All right, good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, great to see you, great to be here. As we're pulling up the PowerPoint, I can intro this program. Putting together the city's capital program is a huge annual effort led by Public Works that's impossible to assemble in a meaningful way without true partnership and collaboration with all the departments. Long and short-term planning is really what produces the program, which is an ongoing process guided by council's goals and policies, as well as guiding documents such as the Complete Streets Plan and other specific plans, master plans for roads and sidewalks, bike lanes, parks, and other critical infrastructure. We look at everything that needs to be done, prioritize it, set anticipated scopes and budgets and schedules, and bring it before you and the public on an annual basis for your consideration and approval to move forward. So, let's take a look at the fiscal year 22-23 proposed capital improvement program. So I'd like to start off noting the theme of the presentation, commitment to infrastructure, because that is exactly what City Council and the residents did with the passage of Measure P years ago. It was a very wise decision made much more evident given the impacts of an unanticipated pandemic. So there are two relevant guiding policies for the Measure P funds. We dedicate no less than 50% of Measure P revenue to infrastructure repairs and maintenance and improvements. And as Chair Takahashi of the IOB mentioned earlier in public comment, we dedicate a baseline minimum general fund annual commitment of $4.7 million. And the IOB does have a request for council's consideration in that regard to that baseline, which I will cover later in the presentation. So the past 5 years, we've seen annual capital budgets of about $14 million to $19 million or so. As you can see, the proposed program before you tonight is an aggressive delivery goal. I like to say aggressive but achievable. It highlights our recovery as we come out of the pandemic at that $22.5 million number, which surpasses the $21 million proposed before COVID hit. Tonight's program includes about almost $13 million of work funded by Measure P. A lot of work, as I mentioned, goes on behind the scenes to put the annual CIP program together. So December, we go to all the departments and they request new projects, which also includes each department reviewing their unfunded needs list and their projects to consider if they want to submit them as a new project. In January, Public Works staff scores the projects with the, as you know, last year I mentioned it was the first year of a prioritized methodology that we prepared for use with the IOB. And based on that, we go before the Development Oversight Committee with staff and the IOB, both in February and in March. And as Ms. Takahashi mentioned, in March, the IOB recommended presenting this capital improvement program to the council. So I know this is a bit small. I'll zoom in later in the presentation, but this is our proposed program for 22-23. There's lots there. There are 21 new projects considered this year, as well as 19 multi-year projects that are included because they require additional funds to continue or to complete. So taking a closer look at our new projects, we see annual projects at the top, which are most critical needs, our roadways, our sidewalks, and our facilities work. Those don't go away. Next, we see projects that are funded with restricted dollars, several from the Vehicle Equipment Fund to take care of things like fuel tanks and vehicle lifts, while park funds will bring bleacher shade to McCambridge's Ball Field number 1, as well as upgrade the lighting for both ball fields number 1 and 2 with assistance from the Burbank Athletic Federation funds. So next, we can see Measure P is being put to great use towards a wide variety of projects, from irrigation systems at McCambridge to resurfacing the animal shelter floor to roof and building waterproofing improvements at the PD and fire headquarters. It's obvious the flexibility of Measure P enhances our ability to take care of our infrastructure in a proper, proactive manner. This is the first year that there were more new projects submitted for inclusion in the program than Measure P funding available. The scoring and discussions in the IOB and DOC meetings resulted in the 3 projects below the red line you see at the bottom not making it into the program this fiscal year. They will be added to the unfunded needs list for consideration by the lead departments for submittal in future years. So the next part of the program is comprised of our ongoing or multi-year projects. These are typically larger and or more complex projects that require more extensive planning, design, or construction, or perhaps in some cases were placed on lower priorities during the years to address unexpected or more critical work. One thing to note here, the column prior year appropriation is misleading, and we'll change that to next year to say prior years, plural, appropriation, because those funds were not necessarily allocated just last year. They represent a history of encumbrances or work that was done on a project. So looking at the remaining multi-year projects, several critical projects are ready to get into their construction phases, including Maxim Park restrooms, the City Yard Services Building, and from the previous slide, the MetroLink station elevator, as well as the Central Library Civic Center project, which is ready to enter into the design phase with an RFQ/RFP process. So in a summary view, in the pie chart, you see of our $22.5 million proposed program, we have about $8 million going into our streets and sidewalks, $10 million going into our facilities, $3 million into parks and recreation, and then $1.5 million into traffic and transportation improvements. So staff always seeks to acquire and apply grant funding, then use our restricted dollars, and finally put Measure P to work before considering any other general fund usage. As you can see, this year's coming program is funded by more than a third with restricted funds, along with 60% of unrestricted funds, and also includes 5% grant-funded projects. There are 10 restricted fund sources bringing improvements to the city, as shown in the green outlined box to the right, from park development fees at about $100,000 to $2.3 million of Road Maintenance and Repair Act funds, or SB1 as it's known, helping us make significant progress on our citywide roadway resurfacing program. So Measure P, Fund 534 in our budget, helps us not only design and construct new infrastructure and upgrade that which exists, but also properly operate and maintain it. The $5.5 million maintenance budget helps us to take care of a wide variety of assets, including 1.3 million square feet of building area, and its roofing, flooring, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, HVAC systems, fixtures and furnishings, graffiti, streets and sidewalks, parks, landscaping, irrigation, and so, just so many things. In total, staff is recommending an approximate $18.3 million Measure P investment into our infrastructure this coming year. So thank you to Finance Director Becker providing this slide. It shows how our projected revenues are anticipated to increase and subsequently why we can confidently increase our infrastructure investment this coming year. Fund 534 is comprised of the general fund infrastructure commitment of the $4.7 million in green. It has the Measure P revenues in blue, as well as the interest income from revenues not being spent in yellow. So before we get to what's my favorite part of the presentation, the projects we've completed and those that are under construction, Council did have several follow-up questions on specific projects last week. As Ms. Becker said, we have Olive Sparks and Verdugo intersection, the downtown Burbank Scramble crosswalk, the San Fernando Boulevard reconfiguration, and Glen Oaks Boulevard traffic calming. So first, for the Olive Sparks Verdugo intersection, we're looking to reconfigure this six-legged intersection. We want to improve safety for all users, and we're looking to repurpose excess roadway for landscaping and public space. And that was that. So how to do so, we're looking to realign Verdugo at Olive, improve and shorten pedestrian crossings, and also upgrade our traffic signals, install raised bike lanes, and provide that public open space. And there's a potential rendering that you're seeing there. But we do need to consider the conceptual design of Metro's North Hollywood to Pasadena, the BRT project, as well as the Rancho Providencia Neighborhood Protection Plan. Staff expects to return to the City Council in summer to present revised project alternatives and cost estimates. And from a funding perspective, we have $1.6 million already appropriated for design and anticipated partial construction costs, but we also need $2 million for total construction costs. This $3.6 million estimate isn't considering design elements that Council asked staff to take a look at in 2018, and those include 8 additional active transportation, neighborhood protection, and urban design elements that were suggested by the residents themselves. So the downtown Scramble crosswalk is actually related to the First Street Village project, and it's at the intersection of First and Palm. And this is one of the conditions from the project, to summarize, looking to encourage pedestrian connectivity, and the developer had to contribute $25,000 toward the construction of a scramble crosswalk or other high visibility crosswalk treatment at First and Palm. So we've been looking at this, and what we found was we basically have a T intersection, and the Paseo up at the top, kind of diagonal right. It's a T intersection is not the right place for a scramble crosswalk, and given that the scenario that we have there, the high visibility crosswalks that you see are our plan, and it helps people get across the street most efficiently without the negative impact of there's not a fourth leg, so it's just not an applicable place to put it. For San Fernando Boulevard, it's one of our short-term priority projects in the Complete Streets Plan. We look to, again, improve safety for all roadway users with a northbound one-lane or one-way traffic pattern between Olive and Magnolia. Also seek to reconfigure the parking and provide more outdoor dining opportunities. And we wanted to note it is a pilot or test phase, and it can be reversed. This project is funded with Measure R local returns, and we have $187,000 allocated already for design and outreach and the analysis, the evaluation. And looking at what we have now, we would anticipate about $360,000 for construction.
Is that one lane going northbound or two?
Correct, one lane, one way, one lane, yes. So for a schedule, the design and outreach we seek to start in July and commence for about 6 months. Look to come back to council in February to approve the pilot or the test configuration and have final construction commence in spring of 2023. While this, the project's been proceeding in accordance with the direction provided with council's approval of the Complete Streets plan, last week a question was posed to see if we were also considering a complete closure of the roadway between Olive and Magnolia. And I did note that we were not, as that option was not part of the previously approved scope of work. But if council would like to have staff add that option to the consultant's design and analysis tasks, it can certainly be done. We would need to discuss that option with the consultant to determine the additional time and cost to do the work prior to executing the task order for that agreement.
Real quick, Vice Mayor has a question.
Yeah, just real quick, you mentioned that the one lane would be a pilot test program and easily reversible. So would that not also be beneficial to move forward with a complete closure? If we are designing it in a reversible manner, then it could easily be changed into something else as well, yeah?
Well, if it was a complete closure, we could think of it as simple as putting K-rail at the ends. That's true. It would certainly have a much greater impact, of course, and there are discussions with the P-bid that they are supportive of the one-way. But yes, we can close it with K-rail and leave it out there and then see how it works.
Which is also easily reversible.
Right.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
So the illustration has 2 lanes, so is that incorrect? It would just be 1 lane?
Oh,
Towards Magnolia?
Mr. Krisky, that is incorrect, right? I guess that's a maybe before shot of some.
So,
Okay.
That's right.
It's an early dime.
That's exactly my question. I was looking at
Yeah.
this and.
Well, thank you for pointing that out. I was
seeing 2
excited to have a
lanes and
graphic.
You told me 1 lane. I go, okay.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that.
so then would that result in, the correction, would it result in a deeper, like outdoor dining space for some of the
Right.
restaurants?
Basically,
down
the
there?
outdoor dining could take up more of the lane, widen the permanent.
Sidewalks?
I'm sorry. The permanent improvements could be wider sidewalks and outdoor dining. So that's something that we would be taking a look at with the designer.
Okay, thank you.
So for the Glen Oaks Boulevard traffic calming request, first, since this is a capital program presentation, I wanted to provide an update on our current project that's before you. So the Glen Oaks Boulevard and First Street Signal Improvements Project, it's the multi-year project number 5 in the kind of Excel sheet. It's all Measure R highway operations funding, and $3.2 million has been appropriated and design has been completed. Staff were going back to Metro with a $1.15 million request to get more money due to construction cost increases since the 2018 estimate.
So we'll have to go back to Metro, is that what you're saying?
Yes, so we're going back in July for their approval, and with that, we can get going in August.
Thank you.
We don't anticipate them saying no, but, that's where we're at.
You never know. You never know.
So, the project itself, we're looking at street and signal improvements for 13 intersections on Glen Oaks from Reese Place to Orange Grove Avenue, as well as 1 intersection at Orange Grove and First. The improvements consist of signal pole replacements, flashing yellow turn arrows, LED lighting, high visibility crosswalks, as staff pointed out, as I like to say, audible pedestrian signals, but they're accessible pedestrian signals, APS, as we say, and traffic cameras. And we'll also have some sidewalk and ADA ramp improvements, and as well as the signage and striping. With the Metro funding approval, we anticipate starting construction in January and completing it by November 2023.
I've got a question about the ADA ramps.
Sure.
Is there any concern with people with wheelchairs getting stuck on those bumpy?
The truncated domes, right.
Yeah. For
So
lack of a
those.
better word, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. They are required in federal and state standards, so that's why they're there. You triggered a memory as, foreshadowing. I love that they're the color blue in Burbank. I think that's pretty cool. They're usually yellow or gray, so
Burbank blue.
kudos to everybody here. But they are required. We do keep a close eye on them because they're tiles and sometimes they come up. So our streets crews are always looking around and listening for where reports are coming in. And our sidewalk project and our roadway projects, we always are looking for improving ADA ramps as we need to as part of those projects. There are folks who say they are disruptive, I guess, to path of travel, but they are required for us to put them in.
Thank you. Yes, Vice Mayor?
What is the difference between a directional curb cut and a fan curb cut? Which one are we moving forward with?
So it depends on the intersection itself. So typically, they are a replacement or a rehabilitation at the site. So some have the fan or the ones that are in the center, and directionals are at the basically end of curb or where the crosswalks are. So some intersections work better. So the curb cut, the ADA ramp is in the middle of the quarter circle, let's say, and others have been there right into the sidewalks. So if there is an opportunity and it makes sense, it's something that we always talk about with community development and transportation. When we do complete streets projects going forward, we'll take a look at these, and if we need to modify them, they do. But most of the time, our projects are remove and replace. A lot of times, if you move a ramp around, there might not be enough right of way to move. Drainage, grading, it's not, as I like to say, necessarily a plug and play type of thing to do.
Well, we got a letter from a member of the Burbank Advisory Council on Disabilities, and I have to agree with her. The directionals are just much easier when you're in the wheelchair. Going to the corner, it kind of puts you out into the street a little bit. Moving forward, do we have monies available for those curb cuts where if we have to move a stop sign or move a sewer grate, that we can do that to get the directional curb cuts versus the fan? Or are we not putting any extra money into those curb cuts, taking them as is and just replacing them there?
Well, I'll answer it, and then if Mr. Krisky or Traffic Engineering Manager Ed Yu or Assistant Public Works Director, City Engineer Dan Wren want to sneak up behind me and fill me in. We do not specifically, I'm seeing ghosts, do not specifically put additional money in to analyze every corner that we are doing a project in to see if we should replace it with a directional crosswalks or maybe even the vice versa, but it sounds like to make that one into a two. So I can't say we are at this time.
Apparently your explanation was fine
All right.
because nobody stepped up.
Is it appropriate at this time to change our policy to see if we can,
No.
He's got to give his presentation.
You're considering the budget.
Yeah, all right.
It's something that could come up under additional agenda items. It's actually a very nuanced situation. It involves the type of work that's being done in the roadway and whether there's a trigger for ADA upgrades. And staff will prioritize where there are no accessibility improvements, and then look at what's in place and whether it needs to be upgraded to the standard. And as Mr. Berkman already indicated, it's oftentimes not just a local standard, but we're also trying to see what the updated federal standard is. So you'll see many different conditions. We've got some older ramps, accessible ramps that are actually grooved concrete, like a chevron. And because upgrades haven't triggered more ADA upgrades since those were installed, they don't necessarily have the same landing pad at the top, but they're still accessible. So you'll see many different conditions, and it depends upon what the current standard is that's in place, and then whether the work that's being done triggers the upgrade, and further, how much right-of-way is available. One of the improvements that Mr. Kriske discussed earlier regarding the First Street bikeway and the intersection of Olive and First Street is going to be the best implementation we can within the constrained right-of-way that's available. And so it's often that kind of a constrained circumstance where staff is trying to implement the best accessibility. So it's not always a choice of, do we want a corner or do we want two-directional? It's usually a very focused case-by-case analysis.
All right, I'm just preparing Mr. Hess in case something comes up at the end of the night. Okay.
Continue.
All right, thank you. So that's our big Measure R project for Glen Oaks. But council will recall from our comprehensive traffic safety report in December that there were also interim signal timing modifications made on Glen Oaks to discourage drivers from speeding during off-peak hours, specifically 10 at night through 6:30 in the morning, while maintaining smooth and efficient traffic flow on this critical arterial during busier travel times during the day. So future considerations, well, once the signal improvement project, the major project, is in place per our complete streets plan, chapter 12, we will review the traffic data after 1 year of implementation and report back to you. The complete streets plan has Glen Oaks as a motorist priority street, so permanent physical infrastructure improvements such as medians or bulb outs and the like can be considered. So for the Infrastructure Oversight Board and their Measure P discussions, at their December meeting, they approved the letter to City Council that requests that you consider increasing the amount of Measure P funding during the annual budget development process based on what they said, the fiscal health of the city. In February, I, through a memo through the city manager, sent to the letter to the City Council, and I believe it's in your packet as well. So our annual general fund infrastructure commitment at $4.7 million, that's the average general fund project expenditures 3 years before Measure P was adopted. So that's where that number came from. As we know, 50% of the Measure P revenues go towards infrastructure needs. And I wanted to note that infrastructure fund balances are encumbered and carried over into future years, as you see with the multiple year projects that we have before you. So from staff's point of view, our recommendation is that the Measure P Fund 534 commitment to infrastructure can always be adjusted annually by the council. Therefore, let's keep the annual minimum general fund commitment at $4.7 million without indexing it to a CPI or other metric. We need to consider that Measure P can be put to use in a variety of ways. Increasing the minimum general fund investment commitment would reduce that flexibility and potentially tie the council's hands to address other budgetary matters in the future. And coupled with the fact, we go back to the bar chart that we showed you, revenues will grow. We think the minimum general fund investment should remain the same. So the Olive Avenue and Magnolia Boulevard bridge replacements, the BRT project proposed by Metro has highlighted a past project that staff was working on years ago, the widening of both Olive and Magnolia bridges. I'd like to present a little bit of background and history, what the projects consist of now, and provide the opportunity for council to consider options going forward. These bridges go over Metrolink tracks. the freeway, a drainage channel, the Burbank Western Channel, and several local streets. Want to make sure everybody knew that the bridges are structurally sound and safe, but they are due for some routine maintenance work on the deck, some cracks and some spalling and joint work, but we do know the railings are substandard as well. Quickly just running through a few stats about the bridges. Olive is 1,420 feet long and consists of 10 spans, 3 of which are owned and maintained by Caltrans, and the remaining 7 are the cities. And then Magnolia is 1,260 feet long, also has 10 spans, 4 of which are owned and maintained by Caltrans, and the remaining 6 are ours. And the LA County Department of Public Works maintains our city-owned spans. So currently, we have a capital project to replace both railings and perform the maintenance work. And that was established in this last budget hearing for this current fiscal year. And we have $400,000 of Measure P allocated to that. And that was a matching fund for requests through state and federal representatives last year. New requests are currently being considered for submittal under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or the IIJA, and we have the RFP being developed for design services now. So, we're looking to continue with the railing and rehabilitation work. Create the project sheets maybe for some future work, because we're looking at construction estimates for replacements at $100 million for each bridge. And we're looking at widening on both sides, looking at $20 million for each bridge. So, we want to continue with the railing and the rehabilitation work. Hopefully that comes through. Create maybe some new project sheets for fiscal year 23-24 coming up as the IIJA program develops, and to obtain funding for a larger scope of work. We know the Metro Board approved their version of the BRT project, and also directed Metro staff to help Burbank to build up a more comprehensive project for Olive Avenue, on which the bus rapid transit system will run right over our Metrolink rail, regional rail project, tracks. All right, let's get to the good part. So we have a lot of great completed projects to show you. First thing is you'll see kudos to Parks and Recreation Department, a lot of great stuff in here for them. And we'll get started with them. So the Isaiah Miller and Gross Park Playground renovations. This is before for Isaiah and then after. And that was a project, this project is about $940,000. It was completed just last month, these 3. There's Miller before, looking great after. And this is my favorite. So here's Robert Gross Park before, and this is quite the transformation.
Wow.
Very cool, yeah.
Yeah, very
Really
nice.
pops color. And let's see. So I'm a golfer. Here's one of my favorites. So we did the driving range before, and a lot of grading work, and a beautiful range results with some great stalls for everybody to hit off. Another picture, different angle. So what's interesting about this with the golf course netting replacement and the bunker improvements, I look at a fairway with a low fence and no trees next to a roadway, and hopefully you could hit it straight, but wisely at $319,000, we have a very, very high net to catch some stray golf balls, some stray shots. And the bunker work to complete the project is ongoing, and it should finish in July. Maxim Park got lighting upgrades at about $140,000. That was completed last October. And here's a couple of shots of Maxim's lighting now. And we also had lighting upgrades at Isaiah Valley. Really cool shot of Isaiah ball field lighting.
That's nice.
Yeah, great shot. Parks. $585,000 project that was completed in February, and there's Valley, more ball field lighting, very well lighted. And also, kind of as the police chief said behind the scenes with the jailers, in Public Works, we have facility crews and Public Works facilities managers that take care of behind the scenes things like the Tuttle Foy electrical panel replacement. And this was a $82,000 project that was completed a couple of months ago, before and after, striking difference, much, much safer and more reliable. We have our CSB Transportation Management Center, the data center HVAC, so we have to keep all that great computer equipment cool and running. So at about $200,000, we replaced that system, and that was completed last December. And also at the yard, we had a underground storage tank replacement at about $30,000 back in just last month. We completed that. The after picture is just smooth asphalt, that's all. All right, this was an unfortunate but exciting end result project for Public Works, the Arch Monument restoration. Due to the accident that occurred, it was a $170,000 project that we completed last September. And a few in-progress photos, the foundation work and our column steel cage for reinforcement going in. The arch being lifted into place on the left, and a cool note about this is the plaque that was not destroyed. So that's the original plaque that is on the column, and very great work by the contractor to install the rocks and boulders in the same motif as you see in the end. So our 2021 annual sidewalk repair project was completed last September. And it's our annual budget, $1.6 million, and you can see what a amazing job that staff did estimating and controlling the expenditures to come in pretty much right on the money. And this year's project is in the bid phase, and we'll start construction in a couple of months. We have two exhibits, really. The one you're seeing is the sidewalk program, and we have our 5-year program with the regions of work by year. And what you'll see going forward is the pavement program follows the sidewalk. So the numbers add 1 in the future slide, and that'll be our pavement work. So a couple of in-progress photos. And then some examples of the completed work with the sidewalk project. On the left, replacement of a commercial driveway and sidewalk. And to ensure we have the maximum 2% cross grade on the sidewalk, the asphalt work is to transition that and make sure it's properly graded for ADA access. And on the right, those beautiful blue truncated domes with the new sidewalk there and the driveway, as well as another example of, there's your fan ADA cut or ADA ramp, as well as a residential driveway that they did. And lastly, some projects under construction. As we noted in the GGRP tonight, there's our beautiful purple pipe and our reclaimed water line over the DeBell irrigation, DeBell Golf Course and irrigation improvements. This is a significant $1.8 million project that's scheduled for completion in August. Bless you, I think. The fiscal year 21-22, our annual residential paving project is a huge effort. So there's that exhibit, all the years following the annual sidewalk. And it does so, kind of want to set all the curb, gutter, and driveway work, so it sets the edges for the roadway work. So our current, the bid was $7,761,320, our biggest residential paving project that I believe in our history. And we started construction, and it's going through November. All American Asphalt was our lowest responsible and responsive bidder. There were many streets that will receive new roadway surfaces, and I'm pleased to let the council know that because we've made such great progress on our citywide pavement condition index, which you may recall was 68 for the roadways themselves at this time report last year, we're able to start hitting some alleys in earnest. We had one last project, but now we have 5, and they consist of 2 alleys adjacent to Burbank Boulevard, one Evergreen to Pass, the other Pass to Maple. Also another adjacent to Burbank Boulevard from California to Ontario. Adjacent to Magnolia from Hollywood Way to Cordova, and finally adjacent to Hollywood Way from Chandler to Cordova. So as we continue on our trek to get a complete PCI of our roadway system to 73, we'll continue to look for the right opportunities to hit the alleys and get to a more maintenance of effort on the entire roadway system, so we can kind of keep it in that low 70s and then hopefully free up more money for other types of improvements. And lastly, we definitely, in our contract bids, have the Powered by Measure P signage, and on the left is Verdugo westbound, just by California, and Magnolia on the right, eastbound, just after Florence. So I appreciate your time and attention. Staff from all departments and I are here to answer any questions you may have. So thank you.
Thank you much for the report. I like the signage, by the way.
Yes, it's required in the contract documents.
Perfect. Colleagues, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Berkman, I just had 3 questions for you.
I just want to confirm there's no yellow cards for commenters. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. So, Mr. Berkman, I just had 3 questions. The first one, I'm talking about slides 59 and 65, so comparing our annual sidewalk repair project and our residential paving project. I see that my part of town isn't scheduled to happen until 2024, 2025, so what did I do? Did I make you upset? I'm kidding. No. There is a serious question in this. There are streets in this sector, Valley Heart is one of them, that, do present mobility issues. There's a lot of young families in that area, and speaking from personal experience, if I'm trying to take Ella out for a walk in the stroller, there is no sidewalk, or there's incomplete sidewalk, so you're forcing folks to walk straight in the street. Under either of these programs, do you anticipate remedying that in any particular way, or is there anything in the pipes moving forward to potentially improve mobility and pedestrian access in some of those areas?
So I know our principal engineer and paving program manager, Omar Mohizi, is here. And I'll answer it in a general way and see if he wants to fill in any details. But in general, it's always something that staff looks at with every project to see where existing infrastructure needs to be replaced or improved. New infrastructure is typically not included in capital projects because we have so much existing, and new infrastructure is done by developing. And that could be a single-family home that is rebuilding a home and is required to build that sidewalk, or it could be major land development that's required to build roadways and sidewalks all around it. So in our capital projects now, oh, would you like to fill in? Yes, please, let me invite him up. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Omar Mohezi. I'm the principal civil engineer in charge of the pavement program in our city. Like Mr. Berkman said, we just completed the 10-year program, trying to catch up and bring our PCI, that is the pavement condition index for our streets. We brought it up from 57, 59 to 68. So we're playing catch-up game, basically. And now we feel a sense of relief that moving forward, we will be able even to improve more on that. Sidewalk is usually, most of our city has plenty of sidewalks, and they are project related. In other words, somebody has to petition for it. It has to be probably surveyed by the residents to see who is in favor of it or not. We did have issues in the past in the sidewalk on Screenland, if you remember, on Hollywood Way. Believe it or not, there's objections. So it's a standalone project. It's not part of the pavement. It's a standalone project. It's not part of the pavement program, and it can be done even after we pave the street. That's not an issue.
Great. Thank you very much for the explanation. It looks like I have some neighbors to talk to. The second quick thing I wanted to ask you about was you discussed the Olive Avenue Bridge and the Magnolia Boulevard Bridge. And I know you said, and I want to be clear, everyone heard at home, they're still structurally sound. Nothing wrong with driving on them.
Correct.
Do we have any estimates on their current use of life? I mean, at what point are we going to reach a critical juncture where we do need to seriously look at replacing either of those bridges?
Right. The Caltrans inspects their own spans on their regular basis. I know LA County inspects our bridges citywide every 2 years, and they score an overall score for the bridge and a score on all the subcomponents of the bridge. So that's where the safety issue comes from, and concurrence, what's the word I'm looking for? Verification that things are safe and all as well. It is something to plan for. Again, it's not something that is like an expiration date. It depends on how the bridges are used. So that's why you have to continually inspect them and take a look at them. But it's good to plan for, certainly when we're at 60 years old now. So it's definitely time to think about them in a serious way.
And I appreciate that this is a really tough question. I'm kind of putting you on the spot, but are we talking about years left in life? Are we talking about a couple decades? You know, what is the health and condition of these bridges based on that most recent assessment?
Well, I think if Mr. Mohezi has any opinion on that, I'll keep looking the wrong way, but he's been involved in the bridge program in his time in Public Works. So, Omar?
Thank you. Thanks. Good evening again. Omar Mohezi, City Burbank, I guess. The bridges is usually, like he said, it's depending on the use. There is no expiration date. And we set out to basically widen the bridges and bring them up to standard, some about 20 years ago. And we did a few studies. Resulted in is probably widening would be more efficient and more useful for our money. And we went on that route, except some other circumstances took place, and we backed off from that at this moment. But in general, those bridges could stay on forever, in a way. The county is commissioned, the LA County is commissioned to inspect them biannually and provide a report of the condition of the entire, not just those two bridges, 30 bridges in our city. They give us reports and they give us recommendations for repairs. And most likely, and we are involved with them right now, is we commission them to secure some funding for us. And they did in the past few years. And they'll repair it as it goes. But as far as what we call the superstructure, the bridge itself, there is no concerns at all, according to all these reports we will be receiving every 2 years. So expect it to live on for a long time to come.
Thank you. Very comforting. My last question. Oh, yes, please.
Evening, Mayor, council members. Dan Wren, Public Works Department. I just wanted to add, Councilmember Schultz, these bridges were retrofitted in the mid-'90s, shortly after the Northridge earthquake. So if you notice on the bridges, both Magnolia and Olive, you'll see these concrete square patches at the joints, and you can see from underneath, you can see the cable stays at each of what they call bents from the columns that support the deck above. So they were retrofitted. So fortunately, that did occur, and the county has definitely, as Mr. Mohese mentioned, has definitely complimented us on the condition of these bridges and say there's a lot worse bridges in the county than what you have here. So it was good to hear that.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor, did you have a follow-up on that?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, don't mean to do your job for you. I saw him raise his hand.
Just a specific follow-up on that one. Is that okay, Mr. Mayor? How long did it take when we tore down the Burbank Boulevard Bridge to opening it back up? What was the timeline there that it was inoperable?
I recall it was 608 days.
Wow. How much of those days was exacerbated by the pandemic? Do we know that number? Like, did it get extended because of the lack of labor shortage and shutting things down, or?
That's a tough one to answer. I know Caltrans was working still continuously. How efficiently, I'm not sure. If it could have been, accelerated or more so than that. There were some unforeseen conditions they had to deal with, and obviously, with pile driving and other things like that, and some outreach, and there's a lot of impacts to a significant project like that. So I can't really give you a time frame or if it could have been accelerated in any more than it was. It could have been probably at a significant cost.
The intersections just past the bridge with Front Street and then all of the on-ramps and off-ramps on the other side, are those one of the main reasons why we couldn't just do widening for that bridge? It had to be retooled completely? The reason I ask is because I'm looking here and it says $100 million to replace Magnolia and Olive, but only $20 million to widen them. And I'm like, why didn't we just widen the Burbank Bridge?
Well, it was widened. I believe Mr. Mohese was on that project over the railroad portion, and that was done back in the early 2000s, I believe, 2006. And it was widened at that time. To what extent? I mean, maybe it wasn't widened enough, and it wasn't forecasted for the needs, the current needs that we're looking at now. And it's not obviously matching the current widening of what Caltrans did over the freeway. So unfortunately, it's a little bit of a bottleneck that we're trying to struggle with, and I know Mr. Kriske is here as well, and we continue to have conversations with Caltrans on solutions.
You mean on the Burbank Bridge?
Correct.
Well, so the reason I ask these questions is moving forward with Magnolia and Olive, we don't have those same intersections, so close, or the on-ramps and off-ramps. So would it behoove us to just move towards a widening? Would that lessen the amount of downtime? Would we even be able to keep the bridges open if we're not doing active construction on that?
Most likely, yes. That would be, and probably obviously written in the specifications and the plans, that you must keep at least half the bridge open, widen one side, work on one side, continue to do that. And you definitely don't want to take down both bridges at the same time. So we would have to be working on one. It's going to be constricted, leave the one completely open, and then flip. So yes, we for the widening, I believe it could definitely be done with keeping half the bridge open.
Okay, and then if I could ask Mr. Kriske real quick.
Sure.
The widening of those, how would that play into our complete streets plan, bicycle infrastructure, pedestrian infrastructure? Is widening the bridges at $20 million gonna get us to where we need to be with all that other stuff?
Yes, good evening again, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. So the Complete Streets Plan did identify a project for Magnolia Overpass that would involve widening and a substantial reconfiguration of the bridge. It would include adding, in addition to bringing up the bridge to standard, dealing with the bridge rails, bringing up everything to current conditions in terms of longevity. It would also add a two-way protected cycle track on the north side of Magnolia. The idea is that you're now connecting downtown, or connecting across the freeway from downtown to the Magnolia Park area of the city. The overall plan is that, for a simple way of thinking about it, Burbank is for cars, Magnolia is for bikes, and Olive is for transit. And so the idea with Olive, of course, is we've been talking with the BRT and the necessary requirement to have a good station there. That's how Olive would be addressed under Complete Streets. Magnolia would be the bicycle connection, would connect to the Chandler extension, would connect all the way past the mall, up to 3rd Street and the bike paths in downtown Burbank. So Complete Streets did address that. It also addressed Burbank Boulevard. We did some limited work with Caltrans. I know that's a whole separate topic that we're working with them to fix. But the idea is that all 3 bridges can accommodate all modes, but that the priority is cars on Burbank because it's interchange, bikes on Magnolia because it's just so central to the downtown, and then transit on Olive.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Berkman, going back to the annual sidewalk repair project. So in my neighborhood, between Victory on the south, Van Owen on the north, about 10 plus years ago, they did resurfacing and money was tight, so certain driveways got replaced and the other ones didn't. And it's a very narrow sidewalk, so not knowing the dimensions, but you got one square of sidewalk and the other one. They were supposed to come back sometime in the future with monies to make all the sidewalks safe for ADA. Because it's old school sidewalk where one is up and one is down. And the increase in wheelchairs, mothers with strollers, and bicyclists that don't want to ride their bikes on the street, they're on this very narrow sidewalk, and when they reach to a driveway, that half of it is down, the other half is up, they all tend to go on the side that's up because it's a slant, it's a pretty steep one. Is there any way to finish up that project in this next budget of finishing those sidewalks? I know they did it by the Providencia Elementary School. Some of those neighborhoods that had the same type of sidewalk got new driveways added to their sidewalks for ADA. Or is that just maybe another budget? But I'm just curious for the safety of the ADA compliance in that area.
Sure. So, Councilmember Frutos, I'll answer it first and turn it over to Mr. Rin and or Mr. Mohesi. Those situations are right-of-way situations, and in order to expand and properly grade driveway and sidewalk, you need to have the public property to do so. So I believe the places that didn't get it done didn't have that. If there's any more explanation.
They leapfrogged from, this was done to the residents. So it wasn't a public thing. It literally was people's driveways that were done. And they did a lottery based upon, okay, this is a really bad driveway that should be replaced, period. And when I asked way back then, they said, oh, maybe the next go-around, there'll be monies to finish it. And I saw they did it down by Providencia, by the post office, all those streets behind there. Some of the neighbors got the newer, safer driveways, but Buena Vista got left behind.
Okay. Good evening, council members and mayor. The policy or the guidelines, I should say, the guidelines for us in order, when we set out to renovate the street and make it ADA, meet ADA requirements and pedestrian safe. These are the objective of renovating the street, beside, of course, making it drivable and safe for cars. It's not, the objective is to go and remodel the driveways in our city. We don't have enough money ever to do that. However, if there is any driveway that has a vertical separation and it's due to city tree in the parkway, that triggers us, that's one of the conditions, that triggers us to declare that we're going to replace that sidewalk because it's trip hazard and the city tree in the driveway is the cause of it, trying to minimize risk to the city. So that's one condition. The other condition is if it's over the years, the driveway settled, and the flow line where the water is supposed to flow from one point to another is stagnant. That's another safety issue that we have to address and we take care of. So in general, the budget for the sidewalk program is set out to remove unsafe conditions, whether it is an alley approach or a private driveway or a bed ramp that it's not meeting standards. That was the objective of the programs. And
So-
moving forward, if there is another program for dealing with, go ahead.
So I guess my final question on this would be, so here's the sidewalk, the driveway's lower, you know what I'm talking about. That wouldn't be an ADA safety consideration because they're not big sidewalks. It really forces somebody in a wheelchair or a motorized scooter, when a bicyclist is coming right at them, if they swing to the right, or at nighttime when people are walking, literally the sidewalk is like this. It's not normal. When you get to somebody's driveway, it splits down, half of it.
I understand.
And they did replace it the last go around over 10 plus years ago when they resurfaced all of Buena Vista. Certain driveways at a lottery got picked to get the newer driveways because of that issue. Just curious.
Okay, so to make it a safe way and pathway for ADA compliance, it was a moving target. You can get away with 32-inch, and that mushroomed now into a future development to 42-inch if you're going around an object, right? If it's like an interruption, it's not a continuously substandard. So you are going at 2% across the slope of the sidewalk. You come to the driveway is dropping down at 8 to 10%, and you kind of, let's imagine you are in a wheelchair, it tilts you down. That's what you're referring to, right? These driveways, moving forward with these cycles and catching up with our paving, if it's identified and we are able to secure the right of way, right? Because that drive up, you cannot change its configuration if you want to give more space for the sidewalk, let's say the 42-inch or 48, then that driveway apron will become very steep, right? You have to lift it up. It may even not meet the standards. So we have to secure right away from the property owner. That complicate matters if he has a driveway also is coming up at a grade.
I don't think the neighbors would give you a hard time because, like I said, their sidewalks are literally, I have a street light in front of my house. The sidewalk is that small that you literally have to wait for somebody because it's a small, limited walkway. So, no, people on that street will ask me from time to time that, hey, the city told us 10 years ago that they would possibly come back. They're not being demanding or anything, but they want the safer sidewalks that other neighbors got, and certain ones did not. And it takes you all the way to Van Owen, and actually north of Van Owen, those residents going up to San Fernando Road, some of them also got missed because there wasn't enough money to do every single driveway, so it was a lottery-type system, and people are still waiting for that.
So if I may, through the mayor, council member, those situations are big picture things that we have to look at with every project, right? We have 260 miles of streets, 50 which are alleys, and 230 streets have potentially 230 miles of sidewalks on each side. So we have to identify the issues that we have right then and there and replace those. Things like that are existing infrastructure. We do have to pick which one is easy to get done and remedy the situation. I know, if I'm saying this right, I imagine it's not necessarily pick a ball out of a hat color lottery and every, house with number 3 gets a new driveway. It's definitely a thorough and concerted effort and analysis to see, all right, we're going to be on this street. What can we do with the dollars that we have? And yes, each cycle, as Mr. Mohezi said, we continuously look to implement the improvements that we can, both from, let's, number one, put the safety and risk first and take care of trip hazards, for example, in our concrete work. And then if we have existing situations of ADA issues, then it's certainly something we're always looking at with every project, but it just simply can't be done. But we are looking at it and appreciate the comments, and we'll continue to look at it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Frutos, the gentleman that told you they'll be back, he doesn't work for the company anymore.
You're actually right. Neither was the council at that time either that I asked.
Yes, Councilmember Springer.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. So I'm concerned about our vision for the Olive Bridge. Because Mr. Kriski, I think, said that it would be for transit, but people have to get to that transit. So it seems to me that widening would be appropriate, and so people could access transit safely from the top. On one side there are stairs and an elevator that's often broken. And then on the other side is the ramp. So may we expand our vision for that olive bridge? I think it needs more than just rails. I know the rails are very important, but it's a very unpleasant bridge to cross, to access. And it does go over the rail, the freeway, the channel, and with the BRT, with a rapid bus going on it, with not much separation between the people on the sidewalk and the travel lane, it even is dangerous for somebody to lose their balance, or our residents in a motorized scooter or a wheelchair. And so what would it take to expand our vision, enhance our vision for that bridge?
Sure, Councilmember Springer, what it would take is council direction to tell staff to revise the capital improvement project sheet that we have and lay out a long-term plan within that we can start implementing, as opposed to just the rail replacements and the bridge deck maintenance that's there now. And with the IIJA funds coming, we could have that, let's say, restart that feasibility study that we've already completed with a bridge expert, a consultant, and take a fresh look at the widening for Olive and get that going again.
And thank you, because I know on the 777 Front Street, Magnolia was going to be rehabilitated, redone, widened, like into the future. But now it seems that the Olive Bridge project might need to be more imminent because of the rail, potentially we'll have Amtrak, and so stopping. Okay, so we would just need to do council direction to expand the vision for that bridge.
Right. I think the purpose and need and the nexus to get back into the thoughts of widening Olive are there. And with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, it seems like it would be a strong project to submit.
So we should do that, the appropriate time to do that is now?
Yeah, we could take direction. We have another meeting for this budget, and we can come back with a revised project sheet for, sounds like specifically for Olive Avenue Bridge.
Oh, okay, and should we also include Magnolia in that too? I'm just asking if the money is there, and if we have shovel-ready projects at some point. I don't know, I'm just asking.
Mr. City Manager, the answer is certainly yes, but from a priority standpoint, as your Public Works Director, I'd say focus on Olive and keep Magnolia in mind. As we said, we definitely don't want to have both bridges out or worked on at the same time, and because of the work that we know is there and the connection to the Metrolink station, it makes sense to hit Olive first.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And if I could, through the mayor, I would just, if council's okay, we could bring this consideration of changing the scope next week as a discussion, and I think we may have a little bit better number, at least we have a better estimate as far as what to appropriate, since we currently have a number just for the rail, the kind of short-term fix. So we could bring back a little bit better estimate as far as what that would look like as far as expanding the scope and really trying to do get it basically shovel-ready for us to be able then to really capitalize on grant monies, other monies, and maybe leverage, whatever other funds we have.
Mr. Berkman, you mentioned that the survey is complete.
Do you mean the inspection by LA County Public Works of the bridge?
Right.
Yes, and I think
been
we're
done.
due for one in January coming up this year. Yes, odd year January's is the next one.
They don't give you estimates in regards to.
No, they're specifically looking at the condition of the
Safety
bridge and
concerns.
the components.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I promised I wouldn't bring this up, Mr. Bergman, but I got to ask you now. Now that we're talking about possibly putting down a concrete plan for the Olive Street Bridge, would having a plan in place help us to negotiate with Metro on an Olive Street Bridge? Because they originally proposed, and I remember this years ago on Transportation Commission, that they wanted to put funding in doing an Olive Street Bridge station at the top. And they removed those plans, and we're stuck at Lake, getting off the train there and walking. So if we did something to move this forward with a concrete plan, not necessarily actually putting shovel to ground, but getting something concrete, would that help us secure some funds from Metro to help negotiate that station?
So, Councilmember Anthony, obviously, I can't speak for Metro, but from a Public Works perspective and the viability of a project and the nexus to partner with a regional metropolitan transportation authority, I would think, yes, saying we, the city of Burbank, are going forward with a plan. We're in design to widen the bridge, and we're going to, look to you. Let's work on actually getting a real connection down to the station. I think it's a strong proposal.
Yeah.
And if I could, if you remember one slide, Caltrans plays a role in this too. So they have 6, I forget what.
Multiple spans.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of work there. So as we know with previous projects.
All right, anything, Councilmember Frutos? Sure, go ahead.
Just to add my 2 cents, if we move forward with the Olive Bridge and we do what we're going to do and we say, hey, this is what we're doing, are we actually playing into the hand of Metro, who already approved their EIR, that now we're already making the capital investment? And they'll say, hey, wait, Burbank, we're going to give you the 20 million, but we want our 2 dedicated bus lanes now. I would say we got to be cautious because they didn't listen to us. They didn't listen to the residents. They wanted mixed flow, the residents and us took a position of mixed flow. And now during our budget, we're talking about adding infrastructure to Olive. I think we should back off and maybe put this at a later date, then move forward. And then Metro's going to say, oh, yeah, well, now we're going to go ahead and give you, the 2 dedicated bus lanes that we already passed in our EIR. That's what I'm just trying to bring that into the conversation. Those are my thoughts. I'm not trying to be a hater.
Right.
I do want a safer bridge and a wider bridge, but I can honestly see Metro now say, oh, wait a minute, Burbank, you're already doing what we, so those are my 2 cents. Thank you for this.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add a little bit of information. Councilmember Springer had used the word shovel-ready. Mr. Berkman can correct me if I'm wrong, but the word shovel-ready doesn't apply to any of these bridges because they're not designed. Not only are they not designed, we don't know how much right-of-way we need to reacquire at the foot of the bridges. So in terms of putting it off, there's actually a lot of lead time in planning, right-of-way acquisition, not only ancient right-of-way that we relinquished around the turning radius on and off the bridges, but if we're going to widen the bridge, we're widening it on over Caltrans right-of-way and over Metrolinx right-of-way. So that's a 3-dimensional project that requires acquisition or licenses. It requires design. So there's no one's going to need a shovel or gloves for a while. So any momentum can be sustained, and if the city did end up having a priority to design a bridge that met the city's needs, there would certainly be an opportunity to get partnership from another major public entity that wanted to use that bridge or perhaps put a station in the middle or on the shoulder of it. To say, I don't think we'd be moving too quickly to be able to work with our other stakeholders. It's a long shovel ready usually means you've got a design, you've got your environmental review done, you have your right of way, and you're just looking for a funding source to go out to bid. So I think the time frame is probably elongated.
Well, yes, and just to note that our Metrolink station is not easily accessible. I mean, you can go on Front Street, but it's not like going to Glendale where you walk across, you're at ground level, you walk across the tracks, and you're there. So it needs attention no matter if there's BRT, just because the goal is to get people out of their cars and into Metrolink or Amtrak. So it's so critical to the first mile, last mile. And the pedestrian experience is miserable on that bridge. And I've seen bicyclists on it too. And it's alarming. And so I think that no matter what happens with BRT, the bridge, it can be a real visionary people crossing connector from one side of our city to the other, because we're, just cut up with railroads and channels and freeways. And if it's done in a real creative way, I think it will enhance pedestrian, active transportation from one side of our city to the other.
Real quick, I want to add, in regards to what Metro Board decided on, they gave staff, even though they voted unanimously to proceed with this NoHo to Pasadena BRT, they gave staff direction to continue working with the city of Burbank and the residents of Eagle Rock. So there's still some discussions to be had. So I agree with Councilmember Frutos. Let's not get too far ahead and show all of our cards if we have any to show. But they are going to come back and talk to us, talk to staff. That's what the direction of the Metro Board was to their staff.
Right, but the bridge needs to be rehabilitated, in my opinion, no matter what.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not dismissing your very important points. I actually support everything, and I'm hearing it also from the mayor. But knowing what we just went through with the Burbank Bridge and all the money on acquiring easements, paying for a consultant, and then an oversight consultant, and all the utilities, I just learned how expensive that project is. And just like the mayor said, we shouldn't show all our cards right now. Like the gambler said, you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. And in
Right.
this case, by us going so fast, we are basically saying, hey, we're going to go ahead and do this and that, when maybe in the negotiation going back and forth, some of the easement costs, that doesn't have to come out of our budget, because we learned it with Caltrans. And remember, both you and the mayor went to the Metro Board and got the 75 million that was short. So you guys were the heroes. So I just bring that experience and knowing, watching that meeting, let's slow our roll down and be really smart financially in our budget.
right, I just feel like this project should have been underway a few years ago. It's the second busiest Metrolink station in the system. Access is really difficult, it's dangerous, and the elevator's often broken, so a disabled person gets to the top, the elevator's broken, there are stairs, they can't use the stairs, so they have to go back down or go all the way to Lake. And so I feel like it just is a project that, regardless of the BRT, it needs to be done just for access to the Metrolink station, because it's not easily accessible.
No, I agree, but again, hopefully Metro and Amtrak and all our other transportation partners will share the same passion, I believe all five of us, about making it accessible, safer, no, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just thinking of the experience that we just went through, and now I'm repeating myself, so I'll stop. Thank you,
Right,
Mr. Mayor.
but this would just be the design. I mean, this is a years-long project.
Let me have the Vice Mayor weigh in, please.
I understand where you're coming from, but a project isn't a project until the budget's allocated, right? Putting together just a small plan to see where we want to go forward, I don't think that's showing our cards. I think that's giving us something to negotiate with. If Metro or Caltrans comes to the table and says, here's what we want to offer, and we've got nothing on our table to even negotiate with, I think we're at a loss. I think I support Councilmember Springer's idea of just putting a plan forward. We're not allocating funds.
How much is a plan worth? How much does a plan cost? It's not just putting the plan
Right,
forward.
right. It costs money, yeah.
It costs money.
What are we looking at?
We're looking at for a widening project, you're looking at millions of dollars.
For the plan?
No, just to put a plan together, just to like, hey, we're gonna get some department folks
Or just
together and
Some
design something.
conceptual drawings?
Can
Well,
be
go
like
ahead.
design and feasibility. That's what I think they're going after.
I mean, you're looking at 10% of a construction budget. So if we're saying 20 million, I would guess 2 for preliminary,
So-
conceptual plans.
Well, hold
2
on,
million.
let me ask this. If Caltrans or Metrolink or Metro came to us, they're not gonna fund a whole $20 million project. So wouldn't we have to pay more than 2 million at any point?
Here's where experience comes in. The mayor, you want to go ahead and answer this, or you want me to tackle it on, sir? You can clean it up if I screw up.
Yeah.
Here's where experience comes in. Burbank Bridge. We got grants for that. We got matching grants from Metro. So there's other public agencies. All I'm saying is we need to look at our priorities in the budget process. I know, Vice Mayor, you're talking about buying the stables. I can't discuss it, but so where do you want a priority? Stables or 2 million? And just in conversation,
I know,
we've
but let
got a
me ask
homeless
the-
shelter that we
the
need
grants-
money. We've got the Boys and Girls Club.
I know all that
So-
stuff.
Okay, gentlemen.
But the
go ahead and
grants- I'm
finish
saying the
your-
grants
Hang
for-
on a minute, Vice
Okay.
Mayor. Finish your thought, and then we'll go over to the Vice Mayor.
Okay.
Well, this is not point counterpoint. Okay?
No, all I'm saying is we need to prioritize and experience from dealing with the Burbank Bridge. There are transportation grants, there are mutual partner interests that we bring to the table. Caltrans will say, look, we need this, we're gonna go ahead and contribute this amount of money toward the 2 million just to do the study, the environmental design. I don't think that we, through our budget process, should just fork out the 2 million, knowing the interests. We got to be strategically smart to use other people's money. Mr. Mayor?
No, and I totally get that. And my concern is, even in the Burbank Bridge project, we had to put some money forward. We didn't get the whole thing for free. And so at what point in this design and scoping process can we put together a partial plan and then go out for those grant funds? Like, we have to start the ball rolling before people are gonna give us that grant money, right? We have to come up with the ideas and the proposals, and then at some point we have something concrete to negotiate with Caltrans. I mean, how did it work with the Burbank Bridge? Did we
It was a
wait for-
priority from Caltrans that they wanted,
Okay.
and then Metro, I mean, we were all involved in that.
Right.
And it's just government, and it's just a reality. And, you know, they had an interest of widening the freeway. Then we're at the table. I really believe that this plan that we have for the budget and the priority, and based on the experience, this is something we should really, kind of, let's see what's out there. We already know Metro wants to run their BRT. And if I was watching that meeting and listening to it very closely, they're going to work with our staff to see. So here's the negotiation, like you said, sir.
Okay, well then how about this? How about we propose, instead of starting the scoping and all of the funds on our end, we make it a priority for us to negotiate with Metro, Metrolink, Caltrans, anytime they come to the table for us, in that right of way, that this widening becomes our priority on Olive Bridge.
I'm not disagreeing to disagree with you, but because our mayor is in SCAG and he has a great relationship working with SCAG, I kind of leave it up to our mayor to kind of work it with the other officials and see what the feeling is and work with staff. I mean, the mayor's really involved in stuff like this.
I just have a comment. Our residents we have told them mixed flow and a station on top of Olive. What I fear is that they're going to say, okay, we'll do the bridge, but we want a bus-only lane. And that's not acceptable to our residents. We've told them, we support mixed flow and a station on top of Olive, and once certain benchmarks are reached, 17,500 cars off the road and onto the bus, then let's consider the bus-only lane. So that's what I'm thinking, is that we'll have to agree to that bus-only lane. And I don't feel like that's being honest with our residents, because we've stated our position over and over again. And so,
Well, the discussion's not over. Even though they took a vote on it, they gave direction to their staff to continue the conversation with Burbank and Eagle Rock. So it's not over.
oh, okay, so let's ask them for $2 million.
It's not that simple. It's not
Why?
that simple.
We can ask them, they could say
You can
no.
ask, yeah, you can ask anything you want.
Absolutely.
You can go to the board meeting and ask them yourself,
Okay,
and then see what happens. And
Okay.
but it's not realistic, Councilmember Springer. It's not realistic. And that station on top of Olive is going to take years. It's not going to be done.
I know,
at
you're
the
thinking
same
of
time.
reasons why it can't happen. And I think we should think of reasons how it can happen, how we can make it happen, how we can do it for the residents of our city.
I'm
to
working
make
for
a
the
safe
residents. I've been here for the residents the entire
access
time
to
that I've
our
been here.
MetroLink station. I'm not saying you're not, but let's think of reasons how we can make it happen,
Okay,
okay?
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad to finally weigh in. I've been the quiet one. No, what I would say is, Councilmember Springer, I really appreciate your passion. And I think, I'm going to depart a little bit from some of the comments that are made. We need to stop living in fear of what Metro will or won't do. This is an independent project as far as I'm concerned of whether or not the BRT comes through. Vice Mayor, if they want to approach us and talk about potentially funding it, as far as I'm concerned, if anyone from Metro is watching, we've made our position clear, and I'm still waiting for an answer. Now, I'm open to hearing what they have to say, but they haven't said anything yet. So I put that to the side, and Councilmember Springer, I think you're absolutely right. Our residents deserve better connectivity with regional transit. And to the extent, I don't think there's any, thing wrong with just having an informational item, maybe at the next meeting. Let's talk about it, what it would cost. I'm absolutely open to having that discussion. I guess my caution to the group is I don't think we need to play into the narrative that whether or not we replace the Olive Bridge has anything to do with the BRT. Again, we could hope all we want that Metro would want to pitch in on it. They may not, and it doesn't change the fact that we have an infrastructure project that in the long term would serve the needs of the residents of Burbank. So let's talk about that. Let's prioritize that. We'll deal with Metro and BRT another day when we get a response.
I agree. Okay,
I have another question.
Yes, go ahead.
Not about this.
all right.
Okay, not about the bridge. I'm moving on from the bridge.
Okay, good.
But as far as San Fernando and the one-way going from Olive to Magnolia, I think.
Between the two bridges?
No.
Yeah, between the two bridges.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Olive and Magnolia.
So I think wasn't that the compromise position? Wasn't that the bid wanted the one-way because it was a compromise so that people could be dropped off and picked up? Because some of those businesses don't have outdoor dining. They need drop-off and pickup access. So that's my question. Was that the compromise position? One lane, one way, expanded sidewalks, parklets.
Good evening again, David Kriske with Community Development. Yes, that was kind of a compromise through the Complete Streets Plan and then some subsequent survey information that our economic development folks did, especially when the street was closed for COVID. The one-way access, as envisioned in the plan, improves safety because it eliminates all the different movements of cars on the street. It narrows the street so that we can look at opportunities for more sidewalk width and outdoor dining, and yet still provides visibility to some of the businesses so cars can get in and out, and still provides parking. So it was a compromise across all the modes for safety, accessibility, outdoor dining, and yet still maintaining visibility. So that's how Complete Streets Plan was evolved.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
When we say compromise, that's staff's compromise with the PBID or a compromise with all modes of travel?
This was a compromise for all modes of travel, and it was staff's interpretation of the outreach it received as part of the Complete Streets Plan, in which we put forth the project that we did and included it in the plan.
Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Becker or Mr. Berkman, are you finished with your presentation?
I'm all done, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Becker?
All right, thank you again, Jennifer Becker with the Financial Services Department. I'm going to ask Mr. Berkman not to go too far away because our next item for discussion is our two discussion papers that we have available for the council this evening. Both of those should be available in the very backs of your budget binders under the tab of supplemental materials. One of them you probably received in your packets on Thursday. The first is a review of the impacts of fuel costs to our 532 vehicle fund, so I will turn it back over to Mr. Berkman to discuss that.
All right, thank you, Ms. Becker. So to run through this, so our current fiscal year's Fund 532 budget is about $13.7 million. It has a proposed budget of about $17 million to provide for vehicle replacements, the 4 capital projects in the recommended program, and fuel purchases for all non-BWP vehicles. As for the fuel cost itself, which is part of Fund 532, the account budget has remained at about $1.6 million since 2014. While the fuel line item budget has a balance of 26% as of last Tuesday, so it's properly on track as far as expenditures go throughout the fiscal year, staff is recommending an increase of 10% in anticipation of additional costs for the coming fiscal year 22-23. As can be seen with the accompanying bar chart, the city purchases fuel at a discounted rate. So we've always been under that line of, the line of that would be related to a CPI increase since 2013 for gallon of gas costs. The fuel budget has always been sufficient to cover temporary fluctuations in per gallon prices, but should prices continue to rise, there would be an increased vehicle rental rate costs for departments in the future. One thing to note, especially in light of our GGRP discussions earlier, we're looking to phase in more alternative fuel vehicles and actually reduce the number of vehicles in the fleet where possible. Public Works just completed a fleet optimization and diversification study with a consultant, and will start implementing the study's recommendations this fiscal year. And reducing the number of gas-powered vehicles should have a corollary effect of reducing our gas purchasing needs and budget. So we're in a good shape, and recommending that 10% increase in that fuel purchase line item in Fund 532. So that covers the report. Thank you.
Questions, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, can I come down there and fill up for $3.83 a gallon? That's great. Sorry, no, that's my only question. It is surprising that our fuel costs were under $2 in 2020. That's because nobody was driving, right? My goodness.
Right, and with the with the oil price information service, our conglomerate, I guess, that we can buy in bulk at a very reasonable rate. It really is of great value to the city and our expenditures.
And then lastly, actual honest question here. So you mentioned our greenhouse gas reduction plan. At what point do you predict that that most of our fleet, if not all of our fleet, is going to be electric? What is our plan for that?
I could not predict that, but it's something that we're looking at each and every year. Every vehicle has a service life, and almost all of our vehicles, they have many or at least several years. So we're looking at opportunities, first of all, to see, do we even need this car, for example? And then we look at the service life and we say, okay, this one is a good one to replace with an alternative fuel. and looking down the road as to, let's make sure we're saving the right amount. If it's an electric vehicle, for example, it could be more expensive than a gas-powered vehicle, but the cost of ownership over time, multiple factors that were incorporated into the study. So it's kind of a holistic view and analysis to make sure we're on the right path. So every year, we would go through this and we work with the department and say, okay, here's everything that is due to be replaced, and we look at, a few years out, and let's plan for that. So in future years, as we really get this going, we have 462, where's Myron, units, 462 or so? Cars, units, vehicles. So as we start picking them off, it'll be easier for us to say, hey, you know what? We could see us finishing this in 10 years, for example.
Last question, does police and fire use the 532 fund as well?
Yes,
Okay.
it's all vehicles non-BWP.
Gotcha. Last follow-up question. I hear that it's hard to find manufacturers that are making fire engines that are electric, but is there any discussion for police cruisers to be changed over to electric? Is that a talk that we're having at all, or no?
It's part of the overall study. I can share from Public Works perspective, the heavy-duty equipment is, at least double, if not triple, the cost to get, and the technology is not there yet. We're just looking at things like sweepers, the smaller equipment. Those are becoming more and more prevalent.
Street sweepers.
Street sweepers, I'm sorry, yes. And, we have to look at battery life. Can they go a full day? Those are all, we know technology is really improving each and every year, so that's part of our annual process. Say, hey, where is it going to make sense and for which vehicles?
Okay, all right, thank you.
Real quick question in regards to electric vehicles. Has there been enough of a history that we could say that these vehicles are going to last 10 or 15 years?
I don't know. I mean, it's, I don't have a analysis of when the first EV got on the road. Offhand, I guess it's the Prius is the one I always know. That's the oldest one, and there's plenty of those I see on the road that are 10 years old for sure. But from an industry perspective and in talking with my peers in Public Works, I think, certainly 10 years is a reasonable number. I think that's our vehicle life now. So electrical systems, the electrical cars, the cost of ownership over time is less because there's less maintenance issues and things to take care of. But when we bring in, for example, the alternative fuels, let's say the electric, we have to develop the infrastructure. The infrastructure is a lot more expensive than the car, and of course we're working with our partners in BWP to see how we expand and where to get the best value for the city.
Councilmember Frutos?
Thank you. This is for the Vice Mayor. LA City, they're experimenting with their first full electric fire truck.
Right.
And then about a month ago, I spent a Saturday at the police department, and they have their first hybrid police vehicle. And what the officers are really liking about that is that the traditional Ford Explorer is gasoline powered. Because of the body cameras and downloaded the information, they have to leave the cars on.
That's right.
But now with the hybrids, the officers are pretty excited because they can turn it off, but because it's a hybrid, the electrical equipment and most important, downloading real time the information of the camera, it's actually what you're talking about. So definitely we already have one that at least that I saw there that was being tested, but definitely LA City Fire Department is experimenting their first electric vehicle.
Just
Vice Mayor?
for clarification, I have a 2008 Prius hybrid, and it's just over 300,000 miles. And this morning, the battery pooped out. So 14 years, that's the life. 14. I got to get a whole new battery today.
So is your vehicle for sale?
No, I'm keeping it. I'm buying a new battery. I'll get another 300,000 miles off it.
Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're about to lose Mr. Berkman, so I just wanted to ask two follow-ups. I know you're here all night.
Hockey guy.
No, one thing I just wanted to, before I get to my question, I just wanted to say to go back a half second to the discussion of the Olive Street Bridge. I just wanted to give some clarification to those who are watching. Vice Mayor, I appreciate your approach to wanting to problem solve. as a practicing lawyer, I just have a commitment of I don't negotiate against myself. So that's where I'm coming from. We've made our position clear. Until we get a firm response, point by point, as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing to discuss. So I just wanted to add that clarification. Mr. Berkman, the one thing I forgot to ask you about was the IOB's recommendation that we up the general fund commitment. I'm going to tell you at least how I see it and why I think that you're recommending we don't do that, and correct me if I'm wrong. Right now we're operating off of a pretty razor-thin margin, a recurring surplus of about $200,000. If we were to up that this fiscal year from 4.7 million to 5 million, doing that alone would put us in the red. Is that right?
I'm happy to answer that question. That is a definitive yes.
Okay.
That does not mean that in a future year, when we have less or more wiggle room within our budget, that we may not elect to do that. My goal with not recommending that we permanently index that contribution is to not tie the council's hands in years that we do have a budget crisis or an economic downturn, and we may need those funds for other things. COVID is a great example. We saw inflation, we saw CPI, but we certainly did not see an increase in our revenues during the pandemic that would coincide with that inflation or CPI, which is why we try to stay away from indexing those items. And I would also say that the 534 fund has a very healthy fund balance. When we get to a point where there's a very large project looming that we may want to utilize those funds, and we may want to put something towards a very exciting project, we could always, turn to our general fund to make additional contributions. But until such time as we're spending every dollar of that 534 fund, I'm always going to recommend not putting in more than what we're able to expend in a given time period.
Thank you, Ms. Becker. And I just wanted, the reason I asked that question is that we have some IOB members who are probably watching or will watch it back. I appreciate the recommendation, but we do have a responsibility to maintain a balanced budget. I don't think it's in the cards for this year, but we'll keep the recommendation in mind moving forward.
And I do just want to point out that 80% of the revenues for the 534 fund come from Measure P. That is growing at a rate of between 2 to 3% per year just based on our sales tax revenues. So most of the revenue does grow from year to year. I want to make it clear that 4.7 million, that MOE contribution is only 20% of the revenue. The other 80% is growing, according to not necessarily CPI, but according to sales tax growth. And as you've seen from our presentation last week, our sales tax numbers, particularly Measure P, which also counts that destination-based online sales, is doing quite well.
So year over year, there's going to be increase, it appears.
Absolutely. We initially projected revenues in the range of $16 to $17 million when we first started up this process with Measure P, and we think we'll hit over $20 million by 2023.
Sounds great. Excellent. Thank you. Councilmember Frutos.
Mr. Mayor, I'm willing to, at least for this to come, for it doesn't have to come back and be in the final project, just the gasoline bill.
Sure.
If you don't mind, I'd like
Go
to
ahead.
make a motion, see if we
Right.
got enough to support it. I'd like to make a motion to support the staff's recommendation of a 10% increase to 1.738 million for fuel. So it gets permanently, if it's okay with you, Mr. Mayor, that's my
Definitely.
motion.
Mr. Mayor, I guess have a question for the city attorney. I don't have any objection to the motion, but I guess, is tonight the proper venue, or does that need to wait till, what is it, May 24th? I
Well,
guess.
this goes into the complete budget. This way we don't have to go back and deal with it. We approved it, so it goes into the bigger picture of the budget.
If I may, procedurally, this increase is already included in the proposed budget that we've presented for you. We had some specific questions about fuel, so we wanted to call this out this evening so we could have that further discussion. But it is already in the proposed budget.
Oh, so we don't need to take an action on it?
We do not. You
Oh.
will be voting on the entire budget on May 24th. At the
Then I
public.
Councilmember
stand
Frutos,
corrected.
you're way ahead, see?
All right.
Excellent, excellent.
Seeing the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess there's
That
nothing else. for
concludes
Mr.
the report.
Bergman.
Thank you very much.
Now it's up to Ms. Becker.
There we go. Thank you again. Our next discussion paper before you tonight is a consideration of general fund reserve strategies. And if we could bring up that slide number 7 on that PowerPoint. This item was requested by Mayor Talamontes when we presented our mid-year financial report to the City Council on March 1st. As we reported during last week's budget presentation, we are estimating the general fund will have a balance of nearly $30 million at the end of fiscal year 22-23, and this is due to a few different reasons. First, the City Council implemented COVID savings measures during the pandemic that saved the city over $24 million over the past 2 years. After that initial pandemic recession, our general fund revenues have recovered at a faster pace than anticipated and are now projected to surpass pre-pandemic levels in the coming fiscal year. And lastly, thanks to the federal government's American Rescue Plan Act, the city has nearly been made whole for the revenues that were lost as a result of COVID-19, bringing that balance back up to the $30 million projected that you see now. So I'm going to walk you through a few different options that we considered, starting with our formal reserves. The City Council's financial policies dictate that the city maintain 2 reserves totaling 20% of the general fund annual recurring budget. 15% is our working capital fund, which is designed to sustain city operations and in the event of emergency or financial loss, and 5% is that emergency fund, which can be used to fund the city's response to a natural disaster. These reserves are both fully funded at $28.9 million and $9.6 million respectively, and combined can provide the city with 2.4 months of general fund operating funds in the event of an emergency. So the Government Finance Officers Association, which we know as GFOA, their best practices recommends that cities reserve 2 months' worth of general fund operating expenses, and that equates to roughly about 16% of the total budget. However, this GFOA recommendation is considered a minimum and doesn't really account for levels of risk faced by governments. So in April 2020, GFOA published a general fund reserve calculation worksheets. So local governments can use this worksheet to determine a target reserve level that's appropriate for their agencies. And it assesses topics such as your risk of natural disaster, your debt burden, the diversification of your revenues, expense volatility, and your availability of capital funding. And based on staff's analysis of Burbank's financial position, the worksheet recommended that the city's level of reserves should be maintained in the range of 17 to 25%. So while Burbank ranks very well in most of the categories we analyzed, between wildfires, wind events, and of course a global pandemic, the past few years has certainly told us that our risk for disaster is a little bit higher than we once thought. So while we are within the GFOA recommended range, the City Council may want to consider moving towards the higher end of that range to provide the city with more of a buffer in the case of a catastrophic event or other emergency. So if we were to add 5% to the city's reserves for a total of 25%, this would provide the city with a full 3 months of operating expenses in reserve. And in addition to that extra layer of financial security, it would also reflect positively to future bond rating agencies and potentially lower the cost of any future borrowing the city may choose to do. Even if the city did have to utilize some amount of reserves for an emergency, the likelihood of falling below the recommended 2-month GFOA minimum is decreased with a larger reserve, and thus you're minimizing the impact of a disaster on the city's bond rating. So staff recently completed a survey of the formal reserve levels of other cities in size and demographics to Burbank. The results ranged from 10% all the way up to 40%, of course, our neighboring friends in Beverly Hills, with an average formal reserve of 21% among the 9 cities surveyed. So if we increased Burbank's reserves to 25%, that would put us in line with Glendale, who's also at 20%, and above that of Pasadena, who is currently at 20%. So increasing our formal reserves would require a one-time contribution of $10 million in order to fund that fully. And future contributions would be calculated based on 25% of the annual increase to the general fund recurring budget in order to maintain that fully funded status at the new reserve level. So another option we took a look at is our compensated absences reserve. So compensated absences are absences for which employees will be paid at a future date and time, such as accrued vacation, sick leave, and universal leave. The Government Accounting Standards Board requires that the total amount of accrued leave by all cities' employees must be calculated annually and reported as a liability on our annual comprehensive financial report. As of the last report, which was dated June 30, 2021, the current outstanding general fund long-term liability for compensated absences was at $14.3 million. So the city maintains a compensated absences reserve within the general fund, which is currently funded at about $2.5 million, or 20% of that total long-term liability. So when an employee separates from the city and is paid out their remaining leave balances, or when they elect to cash out as permitted by their MOU, the compensated absences reserve is used to reimburse general fund departments for the financial impact of those cash outs when it can't be absorbed within their individual budgets. The city has utilized an average of about $225,000 per year from this reserve over the past 10 years, and then it'll then get replenished to the 20% level in the following fiscal year. So as it's extremely unlikely that all city employees would separate from the city and cash out their leave in the same fiscal year, staff doesn't recommend funding the compensated absences reserve at 100%. However, if we were to increase that funding level from 20% to 25%, it would provide slightly more of a buffer for the city as the demographics of Burbank's workforce evolves over time. As you are aware, the Public Employees Pension Reform Act, or PEPRA, lowered the retirement formula and increased the retirement age for all public employees hired after January 2013. So as our PEPRA employees continue to comprise a larger portion of the city's overall workforce, it is likely that we will see employees work longer and retire later, and thus accrue more leave time throughout the course of their careers, and that will eventually need to be paid out by the city when they separate. So an increase to this reserve from 20 to 25% would require a one-time contribution of $700,000. Future contributions would be based on how much of the reserve we utilize in future years, but would likely not change substantially from the average contribution we budget for now. So let's take a look at option 3, in which the city could use those funds to make additional discretionary payments to CalPERS. Of course, this option is not new to any of you. As part of the council's multi-year pension funding plan, Burbank has already made $41 million in payments to CalPERS, with another $12 million payment planned as part of the fiscal year 22-23 proposed budget. By paying down the city's unfunded actuarial liability with these payments, the city has been able to reduce the annual UAL payment owed to CalPERS and increase the funded status of Burbank's 3 pension plans. The city has achieved $4.6 million in annual recurring budget savings to date, with another roughly $1 million in savings expected following the payment that is planned for July 2022. So on average, the investment returns earned by CalPERS exceed those earned by the city's cash portfolio. However, these returns are not achieved without some amount of risk. So one of the reasons staff recommended splitting those discretionary payments over multiple years instead of all in 1 year is to hedge against any 1 year of poor performance on CalPERS's investments and minimize the exposure to the city. It should also be noted that unlike other investments, any payments made towards CalPERS pensions remain with CalPERS and cannot be returned to the city for any reason. Lastly, any payment made to CalPERS from the general fund requires a proportional match from the utility funds, as all of our non-safety employees are enrolled in the same miscellaneous pension plan. So based on those factors, staff would not recommend any additional payments to CalPERS above and beyond the $12 million that we have currently proposed in the 22-23 budget. However, we will return to the City Council with options to extend that multi-year pension funding plan next year after we receive our CalPERS actuarial report, which we expect in the fall of 2022. So the last option we looked at is contributing additional dollars to the city's Section 115 trust. Burbank established a Section 115 trust for pension obligations in June of 2020, which allows the city to set aside funds that could be used to help support future pension-related economic volatility. At the same time, the City Council adopted the pension funding commitment policy, which states that any year-end general fund balance in excess of 6% of the general fund's budgeted recurring appropriations be used to fund employee pension liabilities, either through a 115 trust or through a direct payment to CalPERS. This annual funding commitment will be required if employee pension benefits are less than 90% funded. In our current level of funding, we average about 73% over the city's 3 plans. Now, while not as aggressive as CalPERS pension fund investments, the 115 Trust typically performs better than the city's cash pool, but with a slightly more elevated level of risk. The 115 Trust is also more liquid than sending payments directly to CalPERS, as these funds could be withdrawn at any time to meet the city's pension obligations. This could include a payment of our annual normal cost for existing city employees or for additional one-time discretionary payments that the city elects to make towards our UAL. So based on the 4 options we just reviewed, we have 3 recommendations for the council to consider tonight because, of course, the finance department always likes to diversify. First, we recommend the city council increase our general fund formal reserves from 20% to 25% by establishing a budget stabilization reserve account equivalent to 5% of the general fund recurring budget, which is right around $10 million. This puts the city's reserve status at slightly higher than the average of our benchmark cities and provides us with 3 months of operating cash in the event of a significant emergency, 1 full month higher than the GFOA recommended minimum. Related to that, we would recommend that the council revise their financial policies to require our formal reserves be within a range of 20 to 25%. This way, should the council identify a need for additional one-time cash due to an economic downturn or even a high-priority project, our budget stabilization reserve could be utilized without violating our financial policies or impact our future bond ratings. Second, we recommend increasing the general fund compensated absences reserve from 20% of liability to 25% of liability, which would require a one-time contribution of $700,000 above and beyond the $384,000 contribution that has been incorporated into the proposed budget for 22-23. This further ensures that the city can cover the cost of accrued leave balances into the future without any negative impact to the general fund budget. And lastly, assuming the City Council approves the first 2 items, we recommend contributing funds to the city's Section 115 Trust in accordance with the City Council's pension funding policy. Assuming the budget is adopted as proposed, we estimate that about $6.7 million would be contributed to the trust in fiscal year 22-23. So it is important to note that should the council approve these recommendations, the general fund would still have over $12.1 million in spendable balance remaining for any one-time or mid-year appropriations or other unexpected expenses that arise during the 22-23 fiscal year. So that concludes my presentation on this discussion paper, and of course I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Becker. Just to clarify real quick, we have options 1 through 4, but then at the end you recommend A, B, and C.
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
Also, options
Essentially
1 through 4.
1, 2, and 4.
Okay, 1, 2, and 4. And they're not options of themselves. They're each individual option, so we can pick more than one.
Absolutely.
It's multiple choice.
Of course. I would recommend, our recommendation is to do all 3.
Okay.
But should the council prefer to do 1 or 2 or all 3, that's obviously up to the council.
All right, this graphic alone, I'm not going to cite you. I think the rest of the budget's great.
Thank you.
So is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know that I don't think we need a motion tonight, but I would just add that I really appreciate staff's recommendations. I'm in agreement with them. And I think the single best thing that we can do for the people of Burbank is ensure our financial health and liquidity. And I think all of those recommendations absolutely do that. So great work.
I agree. That's why basically I wanted to bring it for discussion. And we're looking forward to the future. And I think this is in the best interest of not only the city, but the residents as well.
Absolutely.
So we want to wait till the budget or?
Well, if I hear that direction, what we'll do as part of the budget public hearing is we'll bring back the revised financial policy for the council to adopt as part of the budget adoption process. If that works for Mr. Hess.
Yeah, we'll need to include some of this language in the resolutions, so it's important for us to make sure that if you're good, we'll bring that back on the 24th.
Absolutely,
So,
yes.
Yeah, so, because we are going to be changing like our reserve policy and things like that, so if you're good, we'll proceed.
Councilmember Frutos?
Yeah, I'll weigh in. I definitely am supportive of staff's recommendations at the end. I think it's smart. And we're still in the black. We've got a good budget, but definitely let's think about the future. No brownouts at parks or reduction in services to the residents. So no, definitely I'm supportive of the recommendations.
Good, thank you. You get enough direction?
Yes, absolutely. So this concludes our budget presentations for this evening. Last week, we covered all of our full operating budgets, and tonight we covered our CIP budget and our discussion papers. So we will be back to you in 2 weeks for the public hearing for our utility rates.
If I could, if there are other discussion papers that came out of tonight or that you thought of over the last week, we would like to know now, so we could bring that back for next week, or at least have some memo, or at least a slide, so it can be a decision point for final decision making in a couple weeks.
But not an additional agenda item, that's separate.
If it's related to the budget, it's good. If it's not related to the budget, it's an additional agenda item.
Ms. Becker, I've got a request to try and increase the Performing Arts Grant Program for the Cultural Arts Commission.
I believe that is currently at $50,000 per year, and we've been using that performing arts set aside and our, which I think was around $200,000, and we were going to continue to appropriate that from that annually. So is the direction to bring back a paper that looks at increasing that by a
Yes.
certain amount?
Yes.
And what are you looking at, doubling it, or?
Doubling, yeah, doubling it.
We're currently in our second year of the 200,000, so this year's the second year of 50,000. So we could bring back something to use some of the one-time money, that 12.1, use an additional 200,000 for to basically double that, 50 to 100.
You know, we're the media capital of the world, right? I mean, and we have a Cultural Arts Commission that is struggling to make us the media capital of the world. At least help us, help the community, because they need money to do stuff. It's not free. Things that they have in mind, they're very creative. Obviously, there's this way they're in the Cultural Arts Commission, and they've got great ideas, and they've been limited because of budget. So I just wanted to give them a little more money and see if they can, you know, obviously, and they're working on trying to get more money by raising their own funds. So that's difficult as well. So that's the only reason I'm bringing it up.
We'll return with something for you on that.
Councilmember Frutos?
Thank you, and mine is the police department. Since we don't have a deputy chief, there's a 12% on a vacant position that's still in the budget. If the chief's gonna fill the spot, great, then no discussion, but if he's not gonna fill it, then his request should be covered by that vacant position versus increasing his budget by 0.3%.
We'll bring that discussion back.
Thank you.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes. Would it be a good idea to have a small pool of money for traffic calming projects unforeseen at this point? You know, I don't know how much, but since we're dealing with speed and issues arise. Thank you.
So can you, Councilmember Springer, repeat the question, please?
Would it be wise to have a small pool of money, a small fund of money to address unforeseen traffic calming projects?
Oh, okay. Well, I will point out that in the budget itself, there are three sections of engineering's budget that have three separate consultant funds that are additional monies to do just that. And for example, one of them, I believe, is 200,000 specifically for traffic calming and investigations and analyses.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else? Okay, we'll move on. Let's see. The third report is an update on the California Government Code Section 65858D pertaining to the adopted interim emergency ordinance establishing development controls for 2-unit residential developments and urban lot splits in all single-family residential zones in response to Senate Bill 9. Mr. Xavier Thomas, Assistant Planner of the Community Development Department, please present the report.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Telemontes, Vice Mayor Anthony, and members of the council. My name is Xavier Thomas, project planner for the proposed item. May I please have the presentation? Thank you. Tonight, the City Council will be reviewing a report on the updates that followed from the adoption of the interim urgency ordinance at the April 5th City Council meeting for 2-unit residential developments and urban lot splits in the city's single-family residential zones in response to Senate Bill 9. On September 16th, 2021, Governor Newsom signed into law California Housing Opportunity and More Efficiency Act, also known as Senate Bill 9. Senate Bill 9 took effect on January 1st, 2022. On April 5th, 2022, City Council adopted an interim urgency ordinance to ensure that the city had in place interim objective development, design, and subdivision standards that would regulate SB 9 projects. The urgency ordinance is set to expire on Friday, May 20th, 2022. According to California Government Code Section 65858D, 10 days prior to the expiration of the interim urgency ordinance, the City Council is required to issue a written report describing the measures taken to alleviate the conditions that led to the adoption of the interim urgency ordinance. As outlined in the report, since the adoption of the interim urgency ordinance on April 5th, here are the steps that city staff has taken to alleviate the conditions that led to the urgency ordinance. At the City Council meeting of April 5th, City Council requested that staff explore additional standards that could be added to alleviate the impacts of future SB 9 projects. These items include, first, any additional development, design, and subdivision standards or controls that can be applied to 2-unit residential developments and urban lot splits, including additional standards that can be applied in the equestrian-zoned, single-family residential neighborhoods. Second, assessing the feasibility of establishing a development standard that requires all new 2-unit residential developments to be deed-restricted affordable units. And finally, assessing the establishment of fines and/or other penalties on homeowners who violate the signed urban lot split owner occupancy affidavit. Staff is currently in the process of evaluating and analyzing all these items and will bring back possible solutions for the City Council's consideration as a part of a future request for a zone text amendment. As of the time of this presentation, staff has received several inquiries and potential designs for 2-unit residential developments and urban lot split requests. I'd like to make an amendment on the existing slide. It says we've received 0 submittals. As of this evening, we've actually received 1. Just want to clarify that. Due to the ongoing work that staff still needs to conduct prior to the creation of permanent zoning development standards in response to SB 9 and City Council's direction, staff will be requesting that the City Council extend the adopted interim urgency ordinance for an additional 10 months and 15 days at the May 17th, 2022 City Council meeting. If approved, the extension will give staff time to further study those City Council items and any additional objective standards that would assist in mitigating the potential impacts of SB 9 projects in our single-family residential zoned neighborhoods. The extension, if granted, would also provide staff time to undertake all the work to prepare a zone text amendment for consideration by the Planning Board and the City Council at a separate public hearing. All the work is expected to be completed during this requested extension period. In conclusion, in compliance with California Government Code Section 65858D, City Council is required to note and file a written report outlining the measures taken to alleviate the conditions that led to the adoption of the interim urgency ordinance. In order to further create additional development, design, and subdivision standards for SB 9 projects, along with any additional regulations sought by the City Council, staff will be requesting an extension of the adopted interim urgency ordinance for an additional 10 months and 15 days at the May 17th City Council meeting. The extension will provide staff the necessary time to prepare a zone text amendment with permanent and comprehensive zoning measures for future consideration by the City Council. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm available for questions.
Thank you for your report. The recommendations to note and file?
For this report, yes, it is.
Yes. Colleagues, any questions, comments? No? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll note and file. Next item on the agenda is the final report of the evening is a request to consider a citywide humanitarian needs drive for the people of Ukraine. I want to take privilege here in regards, I requested this agenda item, and due to the circumstances that are happening in Ukraine right now and just around the world, I want to hold this agenda item for a future meeting, if my colleagues don't mind. It's just too many uncertainties that are happening. I spoke with the chief, and I spoke to the city manager. I think it'd be best served if we hold this agenda item for a future night, if you don't mind. Okay? Great. Thank you. Yeah, it's just, all right, I appreciate it. Thank you. Chief, thank you for your work. We'll be talking. This is a time for brief council comments. Yes, sir.
We have consent item.
That's right, Mr. Mayor. We
that's
have
right.
item 1, and if I may speak to that, Mr. Mayor. The reason I pulled the item is that I actually reside within 500 feet of that right-of-way, so in consultation with the city attorney, I will be recusing myself from this item.
Yeah, how far can you get?
If there's no discussion, then I'll bring that under consent and we can move it forward.
Yeah, I mean, he could have recused himself at the time, right?
Yeah, at the
We
time,
didn't
just.
have to hold it to the
you have
end.
to hold it till the end, but that's
Right.
okay.
We'll talk, we'll talk.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he was talking to Joe in the meantime.
Okay, so, go ahead.
All right, then consent item 1, request to move it forward, motion.
I'll second.
Second, motion and second. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Frutos,
Yes.
was second by Vice Mayor Anthony.
Yes.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can somebody from staff
Councilmember Schultz,
notify
somebody-
Councilmember Schultz?
Oh, now let him stew out there. Oh, he's back.
I think he was by the water fountain outside. Thank you, sir.
You got it.
So this is a time for brief council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments. Colleagues, who wants to start? Councilmember Frutos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Going back to Wednesday, April the 27th, I attended the Matthew Pavelka Scholarship Awards program presentation at the Burbank Police Guardian statue. On Thursday, April the 28th, I attended the George Izay Park in-person community design feedback workshop. There was at least 35 residents in attendance, and they did the presentation, but then they had the charrettes where people can take the yellow stickies and put their priorities. And there was a big thing, and Sharon will like this, there was a big thing on saving the trees and the canopies. That was a big thing.
Yeah.
On Friday, April the 29th, I attended the California City's Public Safety Policy Committee. The only thing I can report out is that Sacramento is moving forward with a discussion about looking at marijuana and allowing out-of-state vendors to come and transport and sell marijuana within the state of California. There was a big discussion on the call, and the idea is it'll hopefully kind of squash the black market, but there was a lot of other cities that were supportive of just California, dispensaries, and other folks were saying that, you know what, no matter how hard these other cities are trying, they're still undercut by the black market, by the cartel. On Saturday, April the 30th, I attended with our mayor the Family Service Agency Care Walk. And then later on that evening, I attended the Burbank Chamber of Commerce Excellent Awards. And just as a personal note to the members of the community and city staff, today was a big milestone for me, my birthday of 58 years old, but I did receive a lot of text messages and emails from the community and staff, and I feel very lucky and very fortunate, asking the good Lord for its blessings on my birthday.
That's
Thank you.
58 years young.
58 years young.
There you go.
And I'm ready to go disco dancing. Oi, oi.
Anyone else? Colleagues? Councilmember Springer?
Yes, thank you. I also attended the Matthew Pavelka Scholarship Awards. the Advisory Council on Disabilities meeting and the Senior Board meeting, and attended Zoom, the Cal Cities Housing, Community, and Economic Development Subcommittee, and I have to tell you that the bills are still coming, continue to come from Sacramento. And shout out to Mr. Berkman, he provides the only public works perspective. That's just very helpful. I attended the Family Service Agency Care Walk, the Chamber Excellence Awards, and the Coordinating Council meeting. The first time that I've been there in person in a long time. And that wraps it up. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I spent the last week in Solana Beach on vacation, so I'm good.
All right, welcome back. That's a nice spot. Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. April 27th, I joined, I think pretty much all of us were there at the Matthew Pavelka Scholarship Awards. The next day, I attended the Valley Economic Alliance Board meeting, no reportable action, though I will say that they were very pleased to have their event at Castaway. Very rave reviews about that venue, and hopefully we'll bring them back. Friday, April 29th, I had a meeting with several community members and our police chief about concerns that they had about the regulation of firearms and ammunition in the city of Burbank. More of an informational discussion, no reportable action. And lastly, Friday, April 29th, I too was attending the in my case, the Environmental Quality Policy Committee for League of California Cities. I think the most notable action is that there is a proposed ballot measure entitled the California Recycling and Plastic Pollution Reduction Act of 2020 through the city manager. I'll make sure everyone gets information about that. The committee voted to make a recommendation to the full League of California Cities Board to endorse that ballot measure. So something that we'll probably see on our ballots come November. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. In the interest of time, let me see. I also attended the Matthew Pavelka Scholarship Awards Program. I attended the Chamber Board monthly meeting, Family Service Agency Care Walk, Burbank Chamber of Commerce Excellence Awards. I was a guest speaker and inducted the newly elected officers of the Burbank Coordinating Council, along with Councilmember Springer. We were both there. And yesterday we had a panel discussion, one of the mayor's shows, with the Second Century panel. Jeff Worth, Mr. Gary, and the COO, Ms. Chase from Warner Brothers. It was excellent, and staff did a great job. Kudos to staff, Mr. City Manager. So that worked out well. Anything else for the good of the order?
It is past 11. I'll move that we continue the
Yes,
meeting.
please. Now is the time for introduction of additional agenda items. Do members of the council have any items to introduce? Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. City Manager, as a first step report, I'd like an agenda item regarding a proposed constitutional amendment set forth by the governor in conjunction with the Senate President and the Assembly Speaker to codify and enshrine Roe versus Wade in the California State Constitution. I'd like a letter of support on that.
Anyone else? Yes.
Okay, prioritize our complete streets projects. And they're prioritized for this budget, but for upcoming.
Can I add on to that? How about a review of the complete streets?
Sure.
And then you guys could
Good,
do whatever you
perfect.
want. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
perfect, thank you.
Exactly what she was looking for. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, first step report on updating our policy on curb cuts to favor directional cuts whenever possible.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. You got all that, Mr. City Manager? So we now adjourn the meeting in memory of City of Burbank resident and active community volunteer Judy Pierce to Tuesday, May 17th, 2022 for a regular meeting in the council chambers. The public may view the meeting online or on television and will be able to provide public comment in the following 4 ways. In person for general public comment, public hearings and reports to council, by calling in directly to the council meeting to speak during the general public comment period and public hearing items only, by leaving an e-comment on the city webpage, by emailing the city council directly. Thank you very much, and stay safe, and we're adjourned.